Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Jam-packed session and jam-packed week. It is Fed Week, Shy.
It is.
And joining us in studio, we have a special guest, EVP of Growth, Ryan Pitylak. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And of course, the one and only senior economist at NinjaTrader Live, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all.
So, some news overnight. Let's get into it.
So, we've got a lot of news to cover. We'll try to do it quickly. But we had the EU-US trade deal. Now, this would be the European Union would accept a 15% tariff on most of its exports to the U.S. while reducing levies to American products to zero. Markets obviously liked that overnight. We did open gap up, though we are filling that gap right now. And of course, European automakers liked that because the original tariff was 30%, if you remember. So European automakers are rallying. Sigh of relief. At least it's better than 30, right? So we do there. It is still kind of a murky deal. Everything is not exactly settled, including tariffs on spirits and wine, which France is definitely not happy about this morning. We did have some EU members on X this morning not exactly thrilled with this deal, but nonetheless, it is less than expected. The EU also said that it would buy $750 billion with a B in energy. So we do have oil up to date, not nat gas. How that would work is it's going to be over 3 years, so it'll be $250 billion a year. The EU is trying to wean itself off of Russian oil and gas, and so the U.S., I guess, is set to benefit from that. We do have the dollar up this morning on this as we have its dollar seen as a safe haven, and the deal kind of favors U.S. terms right now as the pact requires large investments from the EU to the U.S. economy, and that also includes expanded purchases of American energy and military equipment. So we do have the dollar up versus the euro this morning. Next on the agenda, we have the U.S. and China are in talks right now in Stockholm about the tariff deal, which is set to expire on August 12th. That meeting did start at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. I wouldn't expect much from this. Really, what they aim to get out of this is another 90-day extension. So, right, so kick the can down. We'll see, what happens with that. But I don't expect any concrete things right now. Under the agreement, they want to extend it by 90 days, and the two nations would commit to not impose additional tariffs on each other or escalate the trade war by other means. So looks like we're probably going to get a 90-day extension on that. I will keep everybody posted in the chat and on the ticker. We have Musk signed a deal for Tesla for a 16.5 billion chip supply deal with Samsung from their Texas plant. So we do have Tesla up this morning leading tech today. The OPEC JMMC meeting is today on Monday. Do not expect any policy changes. This group, again, does not make decisions by any means. That meeting is on August 3rd. And so I just wanted to clear up some confusion because there seems to be a lot of people thinking that this group makes decisions. They don't make decisions at all. They just talk about policy. Then next we have the TGA quarterly funding estimate today at 3 p.m. The breakdown of that will be released on Wednesday. The funding estimate is kind of a projection published by the U.S. Treasury that outlines how much cash the government expects to have in its primary checking account and how much they are going to have to borrow by selling notes, bonds, tips, etc. So everybody's going to be watching that in the bond market. Again, the breakdown, we're not going to know the breakdown. That'll be on Wednesday, but the funding estimate is out today, and so many will be watching that, including the bond market. Then for Earnings, and finally, on the list, earnings this week, big earnings this week. We have Meta and Microsoft after the bell on Wednesday, and on Thursday we have Apple and Amazon right after the bell.
Yeah, it's a jam-packed week. I mean, a couple things. I'll get to you, Chat, in a second here. I know they're throwing some shade at my shirt color today. Said it's a nice shade of watermelon today. And he goes, "Am I going to tell him it's green?" See, Ryan, I wear blue on here, and it comes out. It looks like it's purple. I got an orange chair behind me, and the light it makes it look purple. I had to go outside and take his shirt color and the real light so everyone can know. But this is it is a nice shade of watermelon. I appreciate you. Good morning, Chat. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Monday morning. Nice to be with all of you here early in the morning. Quick market recap. So S&P only up $10 now. So like Shai said, it's giving back the gap. Nasy's up about 80, 0.75%. Russell remains the leader right now, which is kind of interesting with the dollar up. We'll see kind of what that looks like going forward with the Russell. Maybe that starts to benefit a little bit more. We'll see. Natural gas down $1.25, down not $1.25, it's down 1.25%, down 37 ticks. Oil's up $1.25, up almost nearly 2%. Any energy news? I know you covered a lot. So I know you touched on it a little bit.
Yeah, energy's up. Well, crude is up today, mostly because of this deal with the EU and this $750 billion pledge to buy U.S. energy.
Yeah. Gold flat. I think that's bullish for gold. I mean, let's face it, gold continues to hold. You would think it would be a little bit of an unwind with the dollar up. It's not. So gold stays bid again. Platinum also up almost 3%. Silver's down small. Copper's up 0.1%. It's up like 5.5 ticks. Bond market flat as well. 10-year comes in at 4.4% this morning. And again, I think the story, one of the things I look at, dollar is up against the euro. We've had a lot of macro guests come on here and talk about how they're getting out of dollars. And they've been buying euro, they've been buying Bitcoin, they've been buying ETH. I've been buying ETH. Maybe they haven't been buying ETH, but so that's a little bit of an unwind today, and we'll see if the pressure stays on some of those trades. Shai, that's where I think is what comes in the most interesting to me coming off of all of that this morning. We'll see though. Again, I don't think a lot of fireworks today. Keep it small and smart, everybody. I put it in my note. You got Fed and earnings. It's still the middle of summer. Let's not forget that it's summer trade. So let's not get too rushed into trading on the open. I think today let's see how the regular trading hours comes in, and of course we're going to dive into technicals and all of that in a bit. But I want to get to you, Ryan. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning. As we said, EVP of Growth at NinjaTrader. What's going on at Ninja, Ryan?
Yeah, no, I love it. And I'm really excited to be here and talk about the new things that we're doing at NinjaTrader to help traders on their journey. For my own personal trading, I've been trading for about 19 years. And it took me a long time to get to the point of profitability and consistent profitability. And, that really emboldened me to try to find a better way for traders to help them along that path so that they can see success, whatever that means for them, more quickly. So yeah, we've been rolling out some new things on NinjaTrader and Tradeovate that are all designed to help. I mean, one of the things that you've probably seen most immediately, if you're on watching here, is the reboot of NinjaTrader Live. Bringing in, there you go. We're bringing in Anthony and Shai and the team, the great hosts and guests. I mean, that's been a significant improvement, and that's a commitment to what we're doing here. You've also seen our Arena product, which is like our challenges product, where people can compete with each other for big prizes. And the way that we look at that is really kind of a fun and exciting way to engage with the markets, to practice, to be able to identify ways of trading that might work for you in the live markets. And then also, we're going to continue investing in that product. Things like improving different challenge types, incorporating things like risk management or other sorts of mechanics to the challenge so that you can learn trading best practices along the way while you're practicing and having fun. Those are just two of the many things that we're rolling out, and happy to talk about those, or also go into the rest.
Yeah, no, I think we stay on Arena for a moment because it was massively successful, the one we did last week with Tanya. And, and it's not just, you and I have had this discussion, it's not just YOLO. Like, we had small dollar amounts, we had kept it to 3 contracts. Actually, it's a skills competition, right, against other traders. And what was amazing to me was how well some of the traders really did.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show you that, you don't need to have a lot of contracts to make money in this space. And I know it was sim, but I think it's to train traders to come from a simulated environment to come into live to build confidence. Talk more about what we're doing with Arena.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that I agree that challenge with Tanya was great, because we really tried to think about what would make the challenge more realistic. We brought the starting balance down, we limited the contracts, and I really think that effectively did that, made it a more realistic challenge. Other things that, in the future we're looking to incorporate are things related to, requiring that you don't take trades that are above a certain amount of your account in terms of stop. So the idea is to always trade with a stop for some challenges, incorporating those best practices. And trying to identify other ways to think about, you could have, consistency throughout the challenge. So, for example, if it's a challenge that's taking place over the course of 5 days, you could think about little mini accomplishments that could happen every day throughout. So there's lots of ways that you can take this. You could even expand it into thinking about, there being challenges where they could happen in a team format, or there's all sorts of fun things you can do as well.
I want to talk a little bit about the digital trading coach. Let's tease that a little bit. What's coming up there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess let's maybe go back one step, and then we'll kind of then move forward into the digital trading coach. So, today inside of the Tradeovate trading platform or the NinjaTrader dashboard, there's the ability to set your risk settings. And so we call this the risk manager. And, to me, that's really neat, because you today, have the ability to set a daily loss limit, a weekly loss limit, a daily profit target, and a weekly profit target. And I think a lot of people don't realize that that's there, that those functions are available. We find that when people use those, they actually tend to stay with their trading longer, meaning they have better success. We can actually see that, right? We can tell, okay, if somebody uses a daily loss limit, meaning they're not going to lose more than some dollar amount, so that they're not going to blow up their account that day, right? They get cut from trading the rest of the day. That leads to better outcomes. So that's an example. And then the digital trading coach, what's nice about that is we're going to surface those types of insights to people, and then provide observations based on your trading to say, here's things that you might want to do that are a little different. Maybe if I could get on one other thing is, you've seen a lot of really great people come on NinjaTrader Live. Some of these people, they have day trading rooms. I would say that the thing that unlocked my personal trading experience is to identify people with whom I could learn their method, learn their style of trading. And so we've narrowed it down to about a dozen or so day trading room leaders, people who talk about their P&L, trade live during their live streams, have clear trading rules and strategy, run some sort of Discord or other chat. So just trying to really narrow it down. So that way you can either learn from these expert traders, or they can learn from people like Anthony. We're also building some really well-developed courses that enable you to learn kind of the ins and outs of trading.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad you went back to the risk management side first, becoming into the digital trading coach, which I think is going to be fantastic. And there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes to make that happen. I'm very excited about that. And to talk about the traders with the trading rooms, that's one thing we've done here at NinjaTrader Live. We've went into their trading rooms. We've met with these traders. We know they're trading live. We've seen them make money. And that's a big thing, right? Because, Ryan, when you and I were sitting down for conversations, the marketplace is so saturated with influencers, right? That it's really difficult to kind of go through that minefield and find the ones that, and listen, there's a lot of great ones out there. We have some of them. And I think that's so important that we've done that diligence behind the scenes to help traders understand. You still got to do diligence on these people as well.
Right.
Don't get me wrong, but understand that we're not just scraping people off the street to come in here. It's extremely important.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it with one comment, which is we reviewed over 300 different potential candidates for this program and narrowed it down to 12. And, that just talks about what you're talking about now.
Yeah, no, I think that's so important. Any last thoughts to leave us with, Rob, before you go today, Rye?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the biggest thing I'll say is, we at NinjaTrader are committed to your success as a trader. If you think about it, it is symbiotic. We want you to stay on the platform. We want you to have success. We want you to really get the features and functions out of what we're giving to you so that you can have better success, better outcomes. We want you to stick with NinjaTrader and to see success in your trading. So, it's very important for us to provide you, the trader, with the things that you need to be successful. And, we're doing our best to do that.
Said perfectly. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, everybody, it's about that time. He wasn't with us this morning on the big screen. Who knows what he's doing right now? He's probably getting all freshened up because it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Good morning. Let's start with that maybe murky deal that Shai just mentioned. Euro FX is on the move. This is the Euro FX futures versus the US dollar. You can see a red candle right here. Big sell-off so far this morning on the news. So we're moving back down pretty nicely here. The stochastics are crossing under. The ADMA is starting to bend down toward that 21. And we have an area of support at approximately 1630. So we'll see if we have continuation selling or not, or maybe the murky deal will get a little bit more clear and things will change. Intraday, we have a lot of targets on the upside, not that many on the downside. So let's start with the downside. We have that JAX 4 level down here at 1675. Then we have that S3 level right below that at 1685, and then a lot of emptiness until we get down to that July lows right here, that target wick at the bottom, 1601. So those are the targets on the bear side. On the bull side, we're way below the session VWAP right now. So sellers are in control right now, but we do have a 0 DTE high-val level at 1750, and above that we have that pivot, which corresponds with that Menthor Q blind spot level, approximately 1774. And then above that, R1 is kind of framing the conversation at the top here, 1806. Sellers are in charge of the Euro FX. Let's pivot over to, since we're talking about currencies, let's shoot over to the cryptos. Everything is up on the crypto side. Let's just go to the Bitcoin right now, and you can see that gap up, but let's just start with the daily. We're in this kind of consolidation range. We've been in this consolidation range for a long period of time right now. Really, it started, I guess, not that long, but the 14th of July. And the bottom of that consolidation is approximately framed at 116,800. The top, even though we had a couple of probes above there, is really at 120,000, 120,500. We're right at it right now with the doji right now. My long-term trend line loosely fitting. We're right on it right now. So we'll see if we can get a breakout to the upside. That target wick at the top is 123,610. So there's some room to grow, but we're in pretty tight range here with the Bitcoin. Intraday, we do have some targets here from our friends at Menthor Q. On the bear side, we'll start with that since, again, we're underneath that session VWAP right here. Sellers are kind of in charge. We're trading right around that call resistance area, 120,000. Got to get my head around the bigger number. Blind spot 4, we almost touched down here at 19,480. Below that, we have some JAX levels. JAX 3 is at 119,000. For the bulls, we have that one-day max, which is approximately at 128.30. Highs, top of the value area, 121,140, with a lot of empty space up here. Let's just take a look at R2. R2 is at 122.225. So there's some really nice targets today. We'll see if buyers ever get involved in this right now. It looks like a little bit of a regular retracement back up to the upside. And we have, let's go ahead and shoot over to that E-mini S&P. Let's just take a peek at it really quickly here, see what that's doing. We had that small gap that Anthony referred to overnight. Nothing substantive, it was only a couple of points. Right now, we're above that PAX line, that 64.42 PAX line. Well, we're actually right below it, but that's kind of a pivotal level, as PAX explained on Friday. Moving averages are all arcing up, the 8 to 21, the 50. Stochastics are well overbought for a long period of time. That does not give us a clue on what's going to happen today. But sellers are slightly in charge ever after the London initial balance. We had that nice sell-off right there during that, and then we kept on going. We drove all the way down to the 0 DTE gamma wall, which is approximately 64.35, and that's where we're sitting at right now. Further downside, previous session's highs, right there at 64.31. And then you can see that little gap here. Remember, Friday, high, very end of the day. 64.28 and 3/4. And so we'll see if that gap gets filled or not. Is it inevitable? I don't know. Most likely, but maybe not. Jack's 2 down here, another target on the downside, 64.25. And then the daily pivot all the way down at 64.20. For the bulls, real quickly here, we had a call resistance level at 64.50. Then we have Jack's 3 at 64.60. And then the 1-day max way up here, 64.67. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. We are now joined by Chris Timmins. He is the CEO and president of Pegasus Resources. Chris, good morning.
Hey, great to be here, guys. Always a pleasure, Tracy, Anthony.
Great to have you here, Chris. So you heard the news over the weekend, EU tariffs, just pencil that one in. I don't know what all the fuss was about. Look at why did markets break like that earlier in the year? This is easy, right? No, well, I'm joking, of course, but no, we have some news on tariffs. We're going to continue to get news on tariffs. I want to start off by talking about the initial reactions. You had the dollar strengthen against the euro, and then you had also crude oil strengthen, which is interesting because it's going to be more demand for crude oil. Talk to us about your initial reactions coming off of this tariff news this weekend.
I mean, we needed to see some of this tariff news get obviously figured out here so we can try to get this markets moving in a direction that's steady anyway. But honestly, I love it. We really need it. With these tariffs and everything are just creating a lot of turmoil around the world. And once we can get these things figured out and we can just kind of start planning for the future. The EU and the USA, obviously great trading partners. I'm more worried about what's going to happen with my poor country, Canada, up here. We keep getting left out of all these trade deals, and we've got a lot of the resources that this world needs. So I would really love to see us get our stuff together up here, get a deal with the USA, get a deal with the EU, and start doing some trade deals around our commodities that the world really needs.
Let's stay on commodities just for a second. Lately, natural gas is the one that's been the big mover. Crude oil, every rally seems to be sold, but yet every single kind of break in the mid to low 60s seems to get bought. Just seems contained. What are your thoughts on the price action in crude oil?
Well, I'm not really a trader, like I'm on the NinjaTrader show, but I'm more of a fundamentals kind of guy. So this day-to-day stuff, I don't focus on as much. I tend to focus on the bigger picture of what's going on. And for me, energy is the future of the world. We need oil, we need natural gas, we need nuclear energy. So I really just focus on the larger, bigger picture of everything. And for me, it's energy. Like, we do not have enough energy in this world. No one has the energy we need to move this AI projects that we have. Like, no one realizes, I think, that AI is going to be a huge drain on the energy systems of this world. They're going to build it whether the small person has enough power or not. We're just really in a situation where if you're not investing in energy, you're really going to miss out on what could be a very generational opportunity to make some real money and catch a trend that's happening right now.
That's code for he's bullish energy.
Right.
Yeah, I'm very bullish.
Well, exactly. So why do you think that, we do have oil and gas still kind of lagging? Is it just the uncertainty around tariffs, or because we already know all of these AI projects? I mean, every major tech company has announced these huge projects. We know we're going to need power for that, but yet we've seen depressed prices in oil and gas.
Yeah, I think that's more just the uncertainty of what's going on. We don't know where, like each country right now doesn't really know where they're going to get the majority of their energy from. Like I said, back to the tariff stuff. With these tariffs going on, there's just turmoil in the supply chain around the world, and especially on the energy side. We know we need the energy. We know we've got to find it. But until these tariffs and everything get figured out, it's just really no one knows where they're going to secure their next 10 years worth of energy from. And that's really where we're at in the markets. And once that gets figured out, I think we'll really see things start to level off and then take off again once that's done. Natural gas, I'm a huge fan of that. I don't know how, like with this deal with the EU, I really think that's going to be huge for natural gas. And the USA is going to be pumping LNG to them forever, I think, here at this stage. It's just we're in a world right now where if you don't have energy, you don't have anything. And I think that's really where the focus is. Like for me, as more of a macro kind of guy, and the bigger picture is I just want to see where this energy trend starts to go and take right off for sure. We're very close. Get these trade deals out of the way, and I think we're in for a great ride.
And then moving over to the precious metals markets, what are your thoughts on the precious metals markets? Because they obviously we've had a kind of a sustained rally all year. Everybody's saying that it's because of all of this uncertainty, but we really haven't seen huge pullback, even in light of these trade deals, particularly with Japan and the EU, which were rather big ones. So what is kind of your outlook for the precious metals market?
Bullish as bullish. But we're printing money around the world right now, and that's going to translate into higher precious metal prices. There's no way around it. You can't have every country just printing like crazy and think gold's not going to appreciate in value. There's a lot of high price targets for gold. And, in the past, I've been kind of like, these big high numbers that people like to bring up, I'd be a little more laid back and not really concerned with them. But I think this time around, we might really see a sustained precious metal market here, something we haven't seen since even before me. This is something we could be into an early 2000s type rally here for the precious metals, and it could run for another 10 years. I hope so. I'm a gold bug. I'm heavily invested in the gold equities, and especially in the junior mining space. That's where I like to focus. So I think we're in for a great run. World's printing money, turmoil everywhere, energy coming, and we need lots of it. I just think it's a great time to be investing in the precious metals and the energy sector.
And then you are in the uranium business. You're a junior mining company. You have assets in Canada and the U.S. It seems like we're just starting to see kind of a pickup in the miners now, even though we've kind of had sort of a flat uranium price. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we're like the energy sector as well. The junior miners, of course, are usually the last to move in anything, whether that's your oil and gas, your precious metals, your uranium. You'll see the higher end producers, the big corporations really start getting moving first, which we have seen here, especially in the uranium sector. The larger, like the Camecos and stuff like that, have really gone up in prices quite a bit. So eventually that will trickle down to like the smaller companies like mine, Pegasus Resources, and we'll start seeing some of that action move into us. We're right there. We're close. I think it's going to be coming in the next 6 months. Again, excuse me.
Hold on, I'm on NinjaTrader Live.
I'm sorry, I thought I had that muted. Obviously, I unmuted it. You know what? Sorry, get back to that. Listen, the juniors and stuff are going to start seeing capital inflows here. We're already seeing it in the precious metals side. If you're like me and you watch the smaller nano caps and the under $100 million type companies, you're starting to see some slow share appreciation. The prices are creeping up. New bottoms are being set. new investors are coming in. Right now, it's really mostly the gold bugs that are really pushing what's going on in the junior mining space specifically. And once those gold bugs and stuff, we're the ones holding the bottom up right now and building the new base. And then once the generalists and stuff move in, this space gets exciting very fast. I mean, even in 2020, we had just a small little blip of excitement and people made a fortune. Those 10 baggers popping up everywhere. Very short lived. A lot of us got chopped when it fell and corrected back down again. But I think we're building up to another moment where these small caps and mid caps are really going to start appreciating in value. And there's going to be a lot of money to be made. Like I chase 10 baggers. That's really what I'm looking for out here when I'm investing. I want to find the next 10 bagger. And that's what I'm after. I mean, I know it's not what your show is normally on. Your guys are more of a ninja traders. You do a lot of trading, but I'm in for the long run. I'm in for the big money. And that's what I'm out here investing in is these junior mining companies. I'm looking for the ones with some excitement and some potential here to really generate lots of revenue and leverage from my investments.
Well, Chris, I'm looking for some 10 baggers too. I mean, just you come across some, let me know. Yeah, somebody put 10 bagger Timmins. I like that. You might need to change your X handle to that.
Yeah, you got to take a lot of pain though while you're searching for these 10 baggers. It's not an easy racket to be in. You got to be willing to take some losses along the way and probably have most of your stocks not do what you expect. But when you get a couple of 10 baggers in that mix, it's well worth the effort.
Yeah, I've had a lot of 10 laggers, we'll call them. I want to talk about oil again, just because what I think is interesting is that, oil's, it does seem to be in kind of this wait and see mode. I agree with you that, energy is so important to the future here with AI. I mean, I've been kind of wondering when crude oil is kind of going to get ramped up. We've had geopolitical tensions. We've had all these reasons for crude oil to have a big sustained move higher, but instead it always finds its way back in the middle. What do you think it will take for crude oil to finally find its way again and back into a powerful uptrend like maybe you'd be looking for?
I wonder how much is just policymakers doing their best to keep crude oil prices down. I mean, we all know that Trump wants lower interest rates and, the world wants to stimulate growth. And of course, we know higher oil prices tend to push down on growth. And I think so. Honestly, I think until we see maybe growth pick up again and oil can't be pushed down with policy, because I think a lot of what's going on with oil now is just them trying to manipulate the price with policy, whether it's through media attention or whatever. They got many levers they can pull to manipulate prices. We know that. So I think they're just doing their best to keep this price under control and keep it pushed down. And I don't mean it's manipulation. It's just policy can do stuff that, you need to do to keep these prices down. And I think at some point, the demand's going to push against all these policies. The economy is going to push against all these policies, and oil is just going to have no choice but to push up. Right now, a lot of companies have slowed down on drilling. That's going to come into the mix here real fast. Up here in Canada, our companies this summer, my young fella, he's a welder. He's slowed down this summer. They're not doing a whole bunch. They're taking a wait and see approach to bringing on new developments. That's all going to come into the market eventually and push prices higher. You can't have supply being cut at the field level and not have that come into the markets eventually and push prices higher. There's no way around it.
We've got Chris for a couple minutes left. Any last questions or thoughts for Chris today?
Yeah, why do you think why do you think nat gas can't get off the floor at all when we've built out all of this LNG export capability? We've got this deal. Well, we're getting a little rally this morning, sort of. It's not negative. But we're still at that $3 range, right? And we just have this huge deal with the EU for $750 billion in energy purchases. So what is it going to take for nat gas to kind of find some ground and maybe move higher?
Well, I was kind of surprised that natural gas didn't move today with that EU news. I mean, I would assume that the natural gas would be a large part of this energy deal. I mean, that's one thing the EU needs is LNG, and they need a lot of it. And if they're going to start sourcing that from North America, specifically the USA, then eventually that's going to have to translate into higher natural gas prices. Right now, EU does use a fair bit of oil from us, but that's all refined products that are heading into there usually as a finished result. Whereas the LNG is going to come in and get, obviously put directly into their fields there from the ships. So I think at some point, this is going to translate into higher natural gas prices. Back to the AI thing. AI is going to be supported by nuclear long term, but short term, we got to do something. And natural gas is one of the fastest ways to get energy into the grid. Even if you, especially if you're doing behind the meter, you can just put in some natural gas generators, assuming you can find one, which they're actually getting harder to find all the time, and get yourself generating power without tying into the grid. And I think that's something we're going to see a lot of, is this behind the meter power coming out. And that, a lot of that in the short term is going to be fueled by natural gas in areas that can do it, because it's just too cheap, especially in North America. We can be an energy powerhouse here. We have everything this country needs right here in North America to power this AI thing that's going on. We've got the uranium, we've got the natural gas, we've got the oil, and we've got the skills and the people that can do it. So I think really as a country and as in a continent, actually, we have all the resources this world needs. And I think North America is going to be a great place to invest here over the next decade, maybe even 2 decades, as we get this energy market figured out and we really get moving forward. I think it's going to be a great time for energy investors, honestly. If you're not in the industry, you should start taking a look at it now, because it's a great opportunity. And I think there's going to be a lot of potential here and a lot of higher prices coming.
Chris, we have to end it there, but thank you so much for joining us. Everyone in chat, hit the like button for my guy, Chris, 10-bagger Timmins. He may not love that nickname, but it's going to stick for now.
As long as I'm making some 10-baggers, it's worth it.
That's right, my friend. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Look forward to having you back on the show. Thank you again.
Thank you. Bye.
Great guy. I love going behind the charts. People that aren't necessarily, he looks at some charts, I'm sure, right? We all kind of do. But, understanding where people are investing their time and their money, it's always exciting for me to see, people that aren't just in the day-to-day action and their viewpoints on the market.
Yeah, the macro, and he's in the industry, so he sees what's happening and where demand's coming from and what we're going to need, because that's what he's, in the business of doing. So always great, I like to hear from people that actually have, skin in the game.
Exactly.
Right.
What I find interesting too about this whole rally in energy, this non-existent rally in energy, is that if NVIDIA and all of these chip companies and everything we do with AI is going to continue to be on this push, why is energy not picked up? I guess that's one of those things where I'm looking at it going, I kind of don't get it. But again, maybe it all comes at once. Maybe it comes when these tariffs are behind us. Or not. We'll have to wait and see. But I've seen a lot of reasons for oil to rally that it can't. It just feels very range bound. And I get what he's saying on policies pushing back on it. But I also would say, have we heard a lot of policy that's pushing back on oil prices from the Trump administration? We don't hear a ton.
Well, no, he does, mention oil prices are too high often, but we do have Energy Secretary Wright kind of pushed back on that a little and say, hey, under 65, we're going to have a problem. So you kind of need to deal with that now.
It's almost keep a little bit of just the talking pressure on it from getting too high, but don't talk them down too much, because then you won't have them lower in the future. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Shai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. It's about that time. Let's bring him. I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks. There he is. How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I think it's been about a month since you had some time off, and then I had my vacation. So definitely been a while. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think we both look younger.
Well, I don't know about that for me anyways. Not looking in the mirror this morning. I'm definitely still a little bit tired from vacation. We came right back and had to go up north to do some work on the cabin, and I'm haven't quite caught up yet, but feeling good.
Well, Monday morning, tariffs this weekend. Like I said, I joked earlier, I said, this is easy. What was all the fuss about earlier this year? Markets were tanking when tariffs were, scaring everybody. Now look at, just checking the boxes. The big elephant in the room is that China's not done yet. We all know that will be the one. I think it's good to see some deals getting not quite done, but near done. I think we have a really good vision for what tariffs are, and I think that's what the market's reacting to this morning. The market could at least see beyond the fear that we saw earlier. They could see that they're going to be, let's call it reasonable, and that's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, the market just needs really just clarity, right? And as long as there's clarity, the market can move around and allocate accordingly. And because if you look at it, I mean, before all of this started, I mean, in January, the effective tariff rate from the U.S., and maybe these numbers aren't exact, but they're going to be close, was like 2.5% or something like that. And then after Liberation Day or whatever, it was like 17.5%. And as of today, it's like 16.5%, right? So it's effectively the same as it was in April, but back then there was just this tremendous uncertainty, and certainly the market was not in a position to be resilient around Liberation Day, right? There was some significant technical damage, whereas now obviously we're in price discovery at all-time highs. We are gaining uncertainty, and so that's why you see some of this resilience, I think, that we've gotten. Even if you feel like valuations have gotten a little bit stretched and it doesn't make sense, the market's going to do what the market's going to do. And tough to fade price discovery, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's take a look at the charts this morning. Start with me. I've got the euro up, and why do I have the euro up? Because I look at the initial reactions off of the tariff news this weekend. So you go to the euro and say, okay, what's happening there versus the US dollar? Now, why do I go there first? Well, obviously, because it was Europe. I want to see what the euro is doing. But ultimately, there's been a lot of conversation of people coming on talking about the weakness in the dollar was one of the main drivers as to why equities are going up, gold's going up, Bitcoin's going up. And I get it, right? That's not my necessarily theme as to what's been happening. Although I do think it's obviously I've been educated by many people smarter than me as to what's been happening. So what I see is a strengthening dollar, and you've got a weaker euro. My initial thought when I saw that, I was like, okay, well, if the dollar starts to firm up, is that going to put some weakness on gold? Probably should. It is just a little bit. We'll get to that chart. Also, what does that mean for equities? It's interesting for me here if I start to see the euro start to break down a little bit, because if the euro's breaking down against the dollar and the dollar's starting to catch a little bit of steam higher, how does that impact other markets? And so for me right now, when I look at the euro, 115.14, if it gets below there, that's a sign to me that we could be headed all the way back down to 110, basically just above 110. And so when I look at the euro, I say as long as it stays above here, we're in this still strong, powerful uptrend. But if the euro starts to get a daily close below 115-ish, you'd be below the 9-day. You'd be coming back down into the 21 territory moving average. You could see this move has been very strong in the euro as the dollar is weakened against it. So I watch this for a lead into equities and what's going to happen also in gold, especially probably more gold than equities, because equities are it's the NASDAQ. But nonetheless, I look at this and go, this is interesting to me. If this weakness starts to continue and below 115, that to me is something to watch for. When I look at gold, again, look at what's happening in euro. How is gold reacting? With gold, down ever so slightly. Gold also for me, when I look at gold, both euro and gold will be trades that I will take too. Daily closes below 115-ish in euro, I will be short. And gold, gold is difficult here because it's dipped below my area quite a bit, and it's 3,300 is my area, and I'm not really in a huge hurry to sell gold. It's the strongest market of the year. It's up, obviously, if you go back to just the beginning of the year. Here's the year chart. How about that? So it's hard to sell the strongest part of the market. But if you start to see gold push below 32.77, 3,300 daily closes below it, and that euro were to get below 115, I think gold starts looking not so good. And I think gold could head back down to almost 3,000. So watch this as we come off of this euro news, right? What does it do? Does it trigger things to accentuate the trend, or does it turn things around that are in trend? And that's why I went to euro first. So those are the two things I watch very closely into the coming days. Also, Fed meeting this week. What happens to these trends? And last I'll get to the S&P before we get to your stuff. S&P top Bollinger Bands are actually. Am I have S&P up here? Yeah. You know what's funny? I actually said that because I saw the 7,000 number, and I can't even believe that. It's like, wow, 7,000. That's crazy. I mean, I started trading in the S&P, I think, when it was at 600. I should have just bought 50 and just called it a day. Whole other conversation for another day. But when I look at this, Bollinger Bands expanding on the top and the bottom. Anytime I see that widening out, it's just hard to be bearish at all. Equities. I talked about it earlier in the S&P. Actually, this is a weekly chart of S&P. I'll actually go to a daily on here to take a look at that here in the day. But when I look at it on the daily, I think 65.37 is very likely impossible to trade. And so if we were to get up there, I think that would be short-term resistance. In the near term, it's just a no trade for me, to be honest with you. Until I see us get back below 6,300, it's like the S&P is just in a bullish range up towards a target of 65.37. Where I do start to change my mind a little bit is if the Bollinger Bands start to come back inward again. Just not seeing it. I mean, equities are tough for me. I'll do a quick look on NASDAQ as well before I get to you. Same type of story. 23,928 is likely to test above everything for me. There's just no trades for me on my time frame right now, which is multi-day. Russell gets interesting because does a stronger dollar. What does that do to the Russells? Does Russell start getting a little bit more interest in trading? We'll see. Right now, I still think it's just obviously you look at it's very range bound. No trade on the indexes. I think the important thing for me right now, coming off of this US-EU trade deal, is euro and gold. Those trades, it's like if they come back down and touch those boxes that I'm looking at, I think we could rally. If they fail to hold there, I think they can break. Equities, I don't see a ton there, but that's what I'm looking at. Let's take a look at what you've got coming into today's trade.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the euro and gold. I'm definitely have to properly chart them. I think a couple of things on the euro, because, like you pointed out, the dollar's been extremely weak. That's certainly generally, is supportive equities. But in these rampant bullish trends, as we've seen with news, right? Bad news is shaken off quickly. And good news, you see these big gaps, right? And so it'll be interesting to see if the dollar strength, if it continues to strengthen anyways, matters at all to equities first. That'll be interesting. I mean, I think it depends on what bonds do along with it, to be honest. But and then gold is interesting. I think it's a gift if gold gets weak, over, let's say, like a week or a 2-week period as the dollar rallies. So I think ultimately that's probably a buy the dip situation there when it's ready. And the other thing is what's the positioning like in the euro versus the dollar? I mean, it seems like pretty much everybody's been max long, right? So what kind of unwind is there, and how are those funds positioned elsewhere, right? So let's say they're max leverage long the euro versus the dollar, or short the dollar versus euro, whichever way you want to say it. And that side of their book gets blown up. What else does that impact? We never know that. So it's always interesting to see, you could get a little bit of a slight change in character, and not necessarily to the downside in equities. You just, could be across markets. But it's always interesting to see how these major shifts play out. And so the dollar potentially having a short-term bottom is definitely interesting. We're going to have to keep an eye on it this entire week, I think. But like you said with equities, I mean, just massive bid, price discovery. Fading price discovery is generally not fruitful for one's account. And so, you have to wait at least until the market, finds some balance. So the longs have been favored for quite some time. It's been sort of a long until proven wrong situation. You can have your extensions and your targets and all of that, but all that really matters is that price discovery process. And so to me, until that last buyer has bought, you've got to be really cautious about trying to fade this. It doesn't mean buy rips, but certainly looking to be constructive on dips. Now, that said, I had a couple of extensions, but just based off of that recent, we had like a 2.5 week balance range. I think it was while I was on vacation. And so I was looking for 64.20, 64.50 as sort of like short-term targets, and then maybe a pause. Do we get that pause this week? I mean, it's such a massive, massive week packed with like every catalyst you could possibly imagine. I mean, aside from the FOMC, you've got the Treasury's quarterly refunding announcement, massive earnings. You've got PCE, and then obviously labor this week. So, I mean, it's kind of the biggest week of the quarter. So I think, having a bias coming into Monday and then keeping it through until Friday, could prove difficult. I think we need to be on our toes here. But ultimately, again, constructive market, focusing on buying constructive dips with great setups. And if you are looking for a short, it's probably going to be a rental. It needs to be, you kind of just have to be in and out quickly with these until there's some kind of significant change. And to me, like with a short, there has to be a really good setup to want to take them. We had a nice overnight short on the NASDAQ on Thursday into Friday that came right into the buy the dip area, right? And so as long as you're willing to flip off those shorts long, I think that's fine. But generally, it's been a buy the dip situation. On this gap, where we're at for today, we've gapped up and we saw some selling. I mean, this was like beyond the daily straddle, I think, for today, like significantly up at this overnight high. We basically, if you took the 5 p.m. close or the 4 p.m. close anyways from Friday, to that overnight high, it exceeded the entire range of Friday. So it's a pretty big move. So you can look at this and say, oh my goodness, that looks horrible. That's a top. But the market is unlikely to make any kind of meaningful high overnight. Doesn't mean it's impossible. But I think this just, given vol and where it's at, was a bit extended. And so you got some selling. And maybe, let's be honest, maybe the Euros were a little bit cranky about the deal. They didn't like it very much. So they just kind of came in and took out their angst against us, I suppose, right? But the order of business for today is, do we sustain this RTH gap? So Friday's high was 64.31. If we come back and that holds, it's just a long. None of these upside levels matter, right? I mean, we all do our levels based on extensions or however else we decide to do them. But they don't matter until you see them trade, really. And so to me, it's all about 31s. Does 31 hold? Or, maybe do we get a quick dip to close that 5 p.m. Gap there from Friday as a quick trap that reclaims 31? I think that's fine. It's still constructive. And what you'd be looking at to have maybe some concern would be if you start, knifing back through Friday's range. So that's kind of big picture before I flip over to the 5. So I'll give you a minute to comment since I just kind of rambled for a while.
No, it was a good ramble, though. It was a good one. You needed to get it out. You and I haven't talked in a while. It's just like I had to let you go, just get it all off your chest. You did say something that got me looking at the chart, though. If we can go back to my chart real quick, maybe go back to Pharm's right after this. I want to show everyone something. There we go. So you talked about positioning. Look at the positioning in the euro. Large specs, the most long they've been in over a year in the euro. Now, commercials are the most short. But you look at the long specs and the non-reporting are the most long they've been in, let's go, how long has it been? Since back in December of 2022, okay? Now you look at this. What gets interesting here is the same amount, roughly, and that's where the market started to rotate. Again, you never know if this is it or not, but it does get very interesting here to see, because if the dollar starts to strengthen, I think that's going to have a ripple effect across the board. It's going to impact gold. It's going to impact equities. Remember, there's been a lot of selling of the dollar. The dollar's been weak. Dollar starts getting stronger. What does that do to the entire tape? Again, I think this is the story coming out of this. And with the COT data, the most bullish from speculators and non-reporting since December of 2022, something to keep an eye on. We'll continue to talk about it.
Yep, and then any secondary impacts from positioning that may play out with respect to that for me. So very interested to see. And then again, huge week. I mean, every kind of data point you could want this week. So I think this week sets the tone for probably the next month, right? But I said last week and over in my weekend plan, I feel like this is a situation where, I mean, we actually have, I mean, we were at highs a few quarters ago. We were trading at all-time highs, and we came into this type of a week, right, with massive catalysts. And in that situation, volatility was underpriced. And that's not the case here. Implied has actually stayed relatively high compared to realized. I mean, realized has been in the absolute gutter, right? I mean, we've had these 25, 35 handle range days on ES. You've almost kind of had to trade NQ at times. And so, implied has stayed a little bit high, at least through August, I think it is, just due to some of this uncertainty. And so, one of two things is going to happen. Either realized volatility is going to catch up, and that doesn't mean downside, right? You can have upside realized volatility, or is implied going to come down, which generally provides a supported bid to equity. So, it seems like most scenarios see equity supported from that perspective. But again, huge week coming. And so we'll see what happens with that. So, do we see this like really get silly to the upside through this week because everything is great, all the news is wonderful, all the earnings are fantastic? Or do we cool off? And again, I was looking, at extensions. I was looking for a pause to come in here, but that doesn't mean like I'm just going to short this at all. I'm waiting to see, do we take out a prior day's low? Do we form some kind of a multi-day balance, see some two-way trading? And that kind of makes sense on a week like this, right? Like the market, it would make sense for the market to pause and take in all of the data, digest it, and then see where we're going to go. Volumes were extremely low on Friday. I don't see that as a bearish thing. A lot of people get worked up about low volume and see it as being bearish. It just means there's not high levels of participation from high time frame participants. Well, they're probably gonna have to make some decisions this week after the data. And so if that volume comes into the buy side, like if people that have been sitting on the sidelines suddenly just capitulate buy in, then this thing could really open up to the upside potentially. And then obviously if there's a lot of these data points that are received poorly, earnings, then maybe we get, some kind of decent consolidation and, in correction in price. And I'm not talking about like 10%. I'm talking about like maybe we take out a couple of days lows, right, and form a balance. That would seem like circuit breakers going off at this point. So, but order of business for today in these last 5 minutes, again, it's really going to be all about, Friday's high. To me, it's the first order of business. If we get an opening drive lower, do we hold Friday's high? And if so, it's just a long. If we are just opening up here and we opening drive higher, then it's a long. And you just wait and see where balance forms. I mean, structure is pretty gross overnight. And so you would like to see, an opening drive higher, let's say up into, probably this 44s, maybe. If we open kind of where we're at now, if we just kind of stick around here, I'd like to fill in some volume in here from this downside, and then maybe look to buy a dip above these 40s. Because keep in mind, you've got SPX 6400 is going to be sitting right about maybe 64.34 ES. So I think that's probably going to be important. Building a base over all this volume that we put in here overnight. I mean, what's going on here? The break from this range is going to be important, and it looks like we've sort of broken to the upside. So it looks like maybe we'll get an open probably somewhere between here and I would say the overnight volume point of control. So again, overnight drive lower. Do we make it through the overnight low? Do we even make it to Friday's high? If we can't, then I mean, seems bullish to me, right? Now, if we do sell off back into Friday's range, it starts to look a little bit like a news failure because trade deals are positive news, right? And so if we're not able to sustain a bid on positive news, then that's like your risk that you would be concerned of. But like there's still not major technical damage or significant amounts of longs that are trapped like anytime soon, right? And so we could see a situation because, I mean, it's been this way for a while where bearish setups like don't produce bearish results. Normally, if you get a failed gap up that knifes back through prior day's range, it's just a bad look and you end up engulfing the day half the time. I don't necessarily want to bet on that in this market environment here. So I am still like, if we do get back into yesterday's range, we've got kind of marked off that 28 and a quarter just because that's the 5 p.m. close. Maybe we come down there real quick and then reclaim the 31s. But if we actually do make some progress into Friday's range. We had single prints. I want to say Friday it was 18.5 to 20.75, something like that. I've chosen to use as my weekly level this 15.5 to 18.25. Maybe I regret that. Maybe I should have done 18.5 to 20.75. We'll see. But any kind of dip in here that gets bought, bulls are still fine. That finds a rotation up towards 64.31 Friday's high. And then if you just reclaim that and break back out, then everything looks good. So to me, I like the location of the overnight low because it tells me that, if in all this volume that just got put in here, it's something for me to work against for longs. If sellers can't get through here, then I'm just buying dips. Like let's say this 37.38. I mean, if they can't get through there, get through all this price action, then I'm just longing against this overnight low. If they do get through, do they sustain a move down, or do we just get a hold of 31 that then reclaims this volume and rotates across to 38? So very long focused as long as we are above Friday's high for sure. And then just a little bit more patient if we do start to backfill Friday's range. And then I start to, I get a little bit concerned about a news failure situation. But I mean, it seems like anytime we've seen weakness in this market the last couple of weeks, and I mean, keep in mind I was on vacation, but it still seemed like any weakness was very short term. And then once that buy program turns on, like nothing else matters. So just sort of patient if we do knife through Friday's range, and then just see where the dip gets bought and run with it.
Yeah. No, I agree with a lot of it. I think that Friday's high is key. When you come off of news, you have a gap up on a Sunday night. The low volume thing doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, I think if anything, low volume on new highs is more bullish than bearish. I know people are like, oh, there's no volume up on the high. Okay, it's also, what day is today? July 8th? Okay, like, I mean, it's the middle of summer. You've got a big week coming up. We're going to get through earnings. We've got Fed, like you said, and you have the first of the month on Friday. So you've got data the whole week. I just think when you come in this Monday morning, let's see if that news can sustain above Friday's high. If not, I do think it does get a little bit interesting. The thing is, like you said, and I don't know everyone's charts, but it's not like I get super bearish either. If we get into Friday's range, it's not like, whoa, let's throw in the towel here. But let's hope we get some volume, some volatility in a two-way tape. We're out of time today, though, Pharm, but I appreciate the insight. Great to be back with you here. Monday morning. Everyone go and check out what Pharm is doing with his Substack. Check out him on X. All of those links are in the YouTube description. And hit that like button for us. Pharm, I'm going to have something special. I'm announcing it now. And the team doesn't know. They're like, what's he going to have special? But at 150,000 followers for YouTube, we're going to do something for it. We're nearly just over 10,000 away from that. So hit that like and subscribe for us this morning. And like I said, follow my guy Pharm, and we will see you tomorrow, my brother.
See you tomorrow, Deli. Take care.
All right, everybody. His Substack, the question in the chat is, it will be in the description. But it's Monday morning, and Mondays are always exciting. Why? Because it's time to trade the open with Tanja Trades. Good morning, Tanja.
Good morning, Anthony. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Great to have you here on this Monday morning. Some exciting news over the weekend. Getting markets going a little bit. I know everyone's still talking about the volume, but again, it's July. Look, it is what it is. We've got another month of probably people still vacationing. I know I'll be gone a little bit here and there myself. What are your thoughts coming in from the overnight session into this Monday morning?
Yeah, totally. Like you said, lots of people are on vacation. I'll be gone in August as well. It's never a fun time for me when we're gapping up to all-time highs and it's a Monday with no news and it's NFP week. So we have a gap up to work with essentially. Yeah, I don't really look at volume like you guys were talking about. Pretty much it just means that, I mean, you're going to have some price action because if everything moves on lower volume and, if a big order needs to get filled, you might get some more manipulation and it's just easier to manipulate the markets. So let's see here on the 4 hour. Yeah, we have this gap up that we're looking with. I've marked out Friday's high. And ES, I think ES was a bit stronger than NASDAQ, but they're pretty much equal. Let me see, how much are we exactly even up from that close on Friday? We are up 0.21% on ES and up 0.37% on the NASDAQ. So we have this gap up to work with. I can't really be shorting or anything like that. Like we're in this gap up again. So I can't really be shorting into the gap because we're already in it. So it's about just looking at what the retracements back down. So this is from Friday, the low from Friday to the overnight high. I'll watch out 50% of the range perhaps on NASDAQ. NASDAQ did make like a nicer swing low here. ES didn't. It's smoother, so I mean, I'm just gonna look for some longs and some easy longs. It's just gonna be harder. I won't be like Monday, no news. I won't be, if I get into a trade, I'm not gonna be like aiming for a home run, to be honest. So I'll be just working with the range that we have from Friday's high and the 10 a.m. low essentially, or even the 5 p.m. low there. Yeah, that close on Friday from the hourly. Yeah, right now we're just kind of accumulating within it. There's no news. So like if we had that overnight news, like you said, so we might just consolidate a bit. I mean, I think the open will tell the tale essentially about how the rest of the session will go. So like if we're barcoding the first 15 minutes, I mean, I'm probably gonna be like, all right, it's probably not gonna be much of a volatile morning. So I don't want to be caught up in too much barcoding. But if we let's say we sweep these pre-market lows on NASDAQ and ES, and then we find a bid and we find some upside movement, then I wouldn't be afraid to go long. And that's pretty much it. I don't want to be too aggressive today, considering what do we have? We got a FOMC statement on Wednesday. It's not that bad, but we have PC on Thursday, NFP on Friday. Tomorrow you have JOLTS at 10 a.m.
Yep.
So could be just
And big earnings this week. We've got Apple, Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a lot. Those are all the big tech names. So I don't really see much of a reason for us to move a lot on a Monday morning like that. And then everyone's kind of waiting in anticipation for more news and news releases and earnings reports. So I'm gonna play small today, right? What do you say? Like, what's the catchphrase you say?
Yep.
Play big, small, or not at all. So it's like a small ball type day.
Big, small, or not at all. That's right.
Exactly.
And let's see what the chat is thinking. Speaking about sentiment, 55% bullish so far this morning, Tanja, 24% bearish, 22% neutral. Honestly, it's almost like it's so consistent lately. This uptrend. I have to hand it to the chat. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but you would think that people would start to be like, okay, this is getting too much. That you start to see more people vote bearish, like, oh, but they don't.
But our chat's pretty smart. They don't want to be a contrarian, it makes sense. And it's best to just go with the general trend. Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of which, I made a major discovery in my golf practice, in my golf swing. And it's so funny how big of a difference it's making is that I had too small grips. Like my grips were way too small. I have women's clubs and they're undersized grips, and I didn't realize that. I have big hands. I play basketball. I'm like, damn, it's moving in my hand. So it's sometimes a little adjustment make a big difference. It's crazy.
Grip and ball placement. It's been the two most important things for me. I've self-taught myself how to play golf. I have taken some lessons over the years, and they've been really helpful. The first lesson I ever took was getting my grip right. And I think that people don't, when they buy clubs, they don't get fitted for shafts and grips, which to me are some of the most important things, the two most important things. Because really the face of the golf club, no matter which ones you buy nowadays, technology, Yeah, there might be some differences, but for the most part, shafts and grifts are everything. And I'm glad that
Mhm.
you figured that out because to me, that's such an important thing because if you're not comfortable, if your hands are not relaxed, all of this is so similar to trading.
Yeah.
Then you're not going to be able to have your swing is going to be different. If your grip is too tight, you're going to be turning it over, or you're going to be digging in. You're never going to
Yeah.
have that smooth swing. It's really funny that I can't wait for us to play golf. By the way,
Yeah, it was like all over exactly like the club was like all over the place. It was kept just moving around in my hand as I was moving it down. And then I think I saw John Daly say about that, get fitted for your grips. And speaking of which, Happy Gilmore too was so funny. Did you see it?
yet I have not seen it. Chad,
Oh my
let us
God,
know. Have you guys
see
seen
it
Happy
tonight.
Gilmore too? You got to let us know.
Oh
I
my
have
God,
to
yeah,
see
I
it.
have to see it today. Like, I don't know. I'm a big fan of it. I feel like I'm prepared in every, I'm very, I prepared myself. I watched Happy Gilmore 1 at the beginning of the month. I've been watching Full Swing, so I know all the cameos now. Yeah, I caught the golf bug. Just like, it is insane how you can just make a small tweak, adjust, and just like trading, yeah, that can make a big difference. Hmm.
Yeah, so I've seen so many mixed uh, thoughts on it, right? I mean, some people are like, "Oh, it's all the cameos. It's just not, it's these modern day comedies. A lot of them, they're not like the old school ones. Not even that old. I mean, Happy Gilmore's what is that, 25 years, maybe whatever it was. I don't know. But I just think that I have to watch it just because I watched the first one and I loved it.
Yeah.
And as a golfer, they don't make a ton of golf movies, so I mean.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, people can say it's like corny if the amount of cameos, but I like corny.
Yeah.
So there you go. Exactly. If you're a good sport, there's so many callbacks to the original movie, and also just modern day like golf. There's so many cameos, so it's insane. They got so many golfers in there. Yeah, a bunch. They like Eminem is in the movie too, and like Post Malone, Bad
Is he
Bunny.
really?
Like, yeah, Eminem makes a cameo.
I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
check it out. So it says somebody Wit says 72 cameos. Is that real Wit, or are you just saying
Yeah,
that?
something like that.
Um,
72 or 78. I saw a video that said that. It does check out. Nelly Corda is in there, like
yeah.
Rory, everybody. Scotty.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I watch a lot of YouTube golf, so I watch a lot of YouTube. I know the people in here do as
Same.
well because we're on YouTube. I kind
Oh
of
yeah.
yeah.
I watch so much
Um,
YouTube.
Well, cool. All right, everybody. Listen, I'm going to let Tanya go. Take it over from here, Tanya. Everybody, make sure you hit the like button. Like I said, we're on the path to 150,000. We're almost at 140,000 followers right now on YouTube. When we get to 150,000, Tanya, I've got some special things that we're going to do. And
Ooh.
so all of you
Yeah.
here today to watch Tanya Trade Live, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button so you never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. Tanya, you're the best. Can't wait to play golf with you. But in the meantime, I can't wait to watch you trade here live with us. So have a great day.
Fun. Thank you. What up, everybody? Honestly, I love the intro every time, like before the live trading. It's like boom, 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 boom. Gets me pumped up. Who's pumped up this morning? Monday. It's Monday. We have how's everyone's weekends? I said I had like I had golf lesson. I had a golf lesson. And then I went to Central Park on Saturday. I walked like almost an entire length of Central Park. Like I started at the Conservatory Garden on 103rd. By the way, if you don't know about that, it's definitely a hidden gem. Because it's like so far up, but it's a conservatory garden. It's so pretty. So many different flowers. I saw a turtle on a leash there. Like straight up, there was a fountain, and there was an old man with a turtle on a leash. Check out my Twitter. I put a video up. Um, and that's something like before that, I went to the Brooklyn Botanical Garden like in April for the cherry blossoms, and I saw someone had a cat in a stroller there. Not joking. I have a picture of that somewhere too, but Too funny. And then basically, yeah, I walked the entire length. I walked all the way from 103rd, down south through everything, the Jackie Kennedy Onassis Reservoir, and then through all that fountain area at 72nd down to 59th. Yeah, so Central Park goes from 110th to 59th. I walked from 103rd to 59th. Not bad. Got to get those steps in. See, chat, what are you guys up to? Most of you guys voted bullish. We're below those like pre-market lows. Hit that Friday high. We're in that gap up, you know.
Before you hit this, I got a question.
See here. Opening chat up. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum. Really nice walking botanical gardens for sure. At least where I live, there are many people. Nice. So I went to a concert. Mr. Taylor Swift played a waiter. Yeah, Travis Kelce was in Happy Gilmore. Isn't that wild? It was a good cameo too. I think Scotty Shelfer was such a good sport in that movie. It was so good. I can't. Gotta hit up the Roddy Rolls place in Hungarian tea up by St. John the Divine. I used to live nearby there when I was in college, St. John the Divine. Like that's on 110th in Amsterdam, right? I toured the whole place like for one of my college classes. They take you up to like it's like a $10 tour. They take you up to the roof and everything. They take you up all the way up on the balcony, the roof, the attic, like right all up by those mosaic windows, really nice. That's I think those are the only two cathedrals in York, St. John's the Divine and St. Patrick's. And St. John the Divine was actually never finished. Still not finished today. Monday is low probability, just tape reading, says Sylvester. True. Someone said that's not a walk, that's a hike. Honestly, that's a walk for me. I feel like that's super easy. Because I walked like 15 or 17,000 steps altogether. It's like 7.5 miles, something like that. A little bit more. I think my 20,000 steps is 10 miles. So I walked like 8 miles maybe. Les James was strolling over the weekend at his friend's ranch and got attacked by some wild African bee. Luckily, I acted fast and covered my face, but I got stung on my back and feet since I wore shorts. Damn. I'm glad that you reacted fast. And it's just on not on your face. That's good. My dad, when he was a kid, my dad and my mom both grew up on farms. Like my families or my families are a bunch of farmers, the grandparents, small farms. And he drove his bike into a haystack that was like a wasp's nest, a hornet nest, sorry. And he got stung a ton. And he's also allergic. So, and then he didn't tell my grandma about it. Like, he's trying to be brave about it. And then, like, she saw he was really quiet and, like, he was having a reaction, like, I don't know. I'm not going to get into the details, actually. But so I'm very suspicious of hornets and such. I'd like to stay away. I was on a golf course, actually, 2 weeks ago, and there was infestation of hornets like on 3 different holes, Douglaston golf course. Nice golf course in Queens, but I'm not going to go back anytime soon until they fix that problem. Ah, I got some neighbors in the chat, some fellow people that also live in New York or lived in New York. Fun. Yeah, we hit the Friday high for both ES and NASDAQ. We swept like pre-market lows. Let's take a look at like the 4-hour here. Okay. It's just a retracement. The hourly. The hourly sweeping lower. No, so like I wonder if yeah, I have some buy side marked out. I would think that if we have some bullish shift, like that's probably the easy salad buy side. Like even if I see like a 1-hour trade for this, I'll probably take it and then call it. Because I gotta go for the easy salad. Right now I don't see it. Like, yeah, there's no inversion or market structure shift yet. So I'm not so interested yet, mate. What are you guys thinking? You pumped up? It's Monday. Honestly, it's like I just made a YouTube video on this, my most recent one. And you'd be like the perfect amount of alert and stressed. You don't want to be too pumped because then you're too overzealous and too eager to get into a trade, might be over trading. You don't want to be not pumped enough. You might fall asleep, miss your trade, miss your entry, and then be like, if I see it after the fact, be a hindsight trader. You don't want to be a hindsight trader, right? Or you're not, alert enough, you're not stressed enough, then you're like too passive, miss the trade. Or you're not managing it enough. Maybe you just like let go of it. Yeah, you don't care enough. Maybe you size too much, if you're not alert enough. So you want to be the perfect mix of both. So pretty much in the middle. I think new research just came out about like the best thing, like the biggest issue nowadays is that people's like well, not the biggest issue, but one issue is that your cortisol levels are not high enough in the morning and they're too high at night. So those are like that's your stress hormone. So you need to make sure that when you wake up in the morning, you increase the cortisol levels deliberately by easiest ways to look at sunlight in the morning. Another way is to just to eat something in the morning, work out, take for a walk, whatever. Yeah, let's see. We got the open in about 9 minutes. 9 minutos. Yeah, let's get to 150K subs on NinjaTrader. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. Apparently, there's a surprise at 150K. Here we go. Tracy is saying things in the chat. Some headlines. Trump will announce pharma tariffs soon. Trump will do secondary sanctions on Russia unless deal made. Trump said will make new deadline of 10 to 12 days to Russia. We got some Russia news. Okay. I have like a sudden urge to like do a Russian accent impression. Prudent natural gas pushing higher on Trump Russia comments. No, the sturdy gentleman said cortisol is highest in the morning typically. Or do you mean the market has cortisol at night? No, I'm still talking about people. And that's why people end up feeling stressed out at night. They didn't like increase their cortisol in the morning enough. Mm-mm. Mhm. Trump will announce new Russia deadline tonight or tomorrow. Hey, Tanya, how often do you go live on here? Every Monday from 9 to 11. But next couple weeks I'll be in Croatia. On vacation a bit. In August I'll be in Croatia, you guys, but I'll still be on NinjaTrader like the second half of the month. You see Luka Modric assigned to AC Milan? I saw that. That was a while ago. Old news. What's new news? Oh, did you guys see that astronomers hired Gwyneth Paltrow, who is the ex-wife of the lead singer of Coldplay, Chris Martin, to do some PR for them? Honestly, it was really funny. We got the open in 5 minutes, bleeding a bit lower. Do you guys think we'll fill this gap? Will we fill the whole gap for ES? Probably are almost there, if not already. Yeah, so it does seem like the market did react a bit on that Russia news. Dropped a bit more. Ooh, almost there. You're almost there. You're almost there. Mm. What's some dropping like Tanya's sock? Yeah, it's a callback to when I said we just dropped like a sock. You meant dropped like a rock. Ah, that was funny. Thank you for reminding me of that. That was so funny. And you know what I was thinking? I was like, drop like a shoe, but I was thinking like when the other shoe drops, and that's like a whole different saying, apparently, you know? You know what I'm saying? Let's check this out on ES. Yeah, pretty much we filled the gap on ES. Just want to see, where do we? Yeah, pretty much filled it. Yeah. You take the high of the candle from 5. It filled it. If you take the open, it has like a tick. I mean, the close of it has like a tick left or so. I like to go for the close, but let's see in the 1 minute. But yeah, that's where we closed. So I just kind of marked out the bearish fair value gaps that were made. I took the low. I mean, to look maybe that's inversion. Maybe at the open we see some like move up. Maybe, yeah, if we have a nice close. Yeah, I'm not counting on it. We just kind of started leaking a bit. We'll see. It opens in like 1 minute. There's certainly no structure shift yet, but we'll see. I'm like also watching the same indices on 15-minute and like 4-hour charts on some other my 2 other screens. I have like three screens. I think that's enough. You can have just 1 screen too. Here's the open. Yeah, gap fill ES. ES took out that low right now. I mean, it would be good if Nasdaq doesn't do that. They have a little divergence. We'll see. Nothing yet. No, no divergence. Nasdaq leaking lower. Let's see. Oh, took out. So Nasdaq swept the low, having a pretty strong close there on the 1 minute candle. Had like a pretty good push up there. Nasdaq's certainly stronger from that reaction, right? Damn, no fair value gap made there. I was expecting there to be a nice first presented FEG to go log in, but damn. On the 32nd. Looks not really that good. See how this candle closes. Definitely a bit wonky here. Nasdaq's hanging on. All right, I'm gonna try that. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm long Nasdaq right now. Let's put this up here. I don't know why I didn't. Watching like the 15-minute. I mean, yeah, ES filled the gap. Nasdaq's a bit stronger. Had that inversion. I was just looking at the 30 seconds, making another inversion on the 30-second too. So, yeah, looks decent enough. It is playing around in this area. This is the buy side I said I wanted to go for, like the easy salad, right? Thing is, what I was kind of watching also is the bodies of the candles were remaining inside of the inversion, which I liked. I like that Nasdaq's making new little swing high now. I prefer it to kind of run away from this now, to run towards the buy side, right? Need ES to like pick up a bit too. Like, yeah. Essentially, when I saw we inverted this also on the 32nd, I just like longed within this pullback. And it's decent enough making a swing high, another swing high. I prefer us to just kind of rocket from there higher. Obviously, that's something that you want to say while you're in the long. I mean, decent enough. If you're, I'm up like 15 points or so, right? What did I risk? Like 20-ish. You also have, yeah, that breaker situation. It didn't like have a nice FEG on the 1 minute above, but saw it on the 30. On the 32nd there was here. It was decent enough, you know. I wouldn't love it if ES just goes lower here. If she does, I might just end up, canceling my trade, but we'll see. So I'll keep an eye on that. If ES like makes a new low, I wouldn't love it. Nasdaq looking pretty decent. We have this order block right now here. I mean, I wouldn't even think that we come back for this low, but I just have it at the swing low. I am saying also if ES kind of takes out this low, I might just cancel. So I'm up like whatever this is, 400, 315, long to NASDAQ. Let's see how it ends up. Digging back into this order block, I would not like it if NASDAQ and ES takes this out. So we already had our SMTs, right? Need to see us kind of really close nicely on this candle. I don't want it to close below my entry. My indicators on this too. My drawing, my bar timer, my drawing tool. My ES made a new low. No, I'm gonna cancel this NASDAQ for -4 points because I just don't like the ES making new lows. This didn't close nicely. I don't like that it's coming back again. I'm fine with taking that -4 points. It's nothing. Let's see what ends up happening. I put on my indicators here, my little drawing tool again. No position right now. Yeah, it was weird that that didn't show up then. Oh, I think I had it on. All right. Yeah, I don't like that an ES is making new low there, you guys. We'll see if NASDAQ makes that new low. That would mean like I made a good decision in general. I wanted it to, remember, I wanted to kind of like expand from this, hold this high and like just expand from there. I don't really love that it did all this mumbo jumbo. I basically took like a stop break even there. If it ends up expanding from there, I mean, to go higher, there's not much I could do, right? I'm fine with it. I don't like ES making new lows. See on the 15 what we're looking like. Yeah, playing around in that bearish fair value gap on the 15. Yeah, basically just took a break even right now. don't know, just go back to the one. What's our range on NASDAQ right now? It's for 64 to, it's like around 40 points. Okay. It's really not making it easy. What was it? These are the previous pre-market lows or something. Oh, this was like a high I was looking at before, so. Yeah, it came back again. I mean, it technically did hold and then take out that, then swipe out that new low, NASDAQ. ES filled the gap, made another lower low. That's why I'm not in NASDAQ anymore, really. I mean, watch it just bolt up without me now after I took that cut. Wouldn't it be funny? There's not even a first, is there a first FEG of the day for NASDAQ right now? No. How much barcoding we've had. We just have like, on the one, I mean. We have it on the 30, but. NASDAQ was definitely stronger. It held, made a higher low there when I cut my trade. I mean, I'll see. I'll reassess. As long as happen again, then I'm not afraid to like re-enter. It's just a matter of finding re-entry, you know? Mm. That's what happens, you guys. It just rockets up after I take it off. Why couldn't you rocket up from here, from 937? Why'd you have to be so wonky? I mean, we all know because there's like not much news today. That's fine. You're finally having probably a first presented FEG. Yeah. While getting this, finally. Let's see if this holds up then. I keep just like kind of looking around what the risk RR would be if I were to re-enter here. Can't really find something that suits me too much. I guess here would be where I'd put it. 83s, right? I mean, there is a 1-to-1 right there. All right, I'm in the trade again. My stop is there. 83s to make like 20s here. I mean, no twos. Yeah. Yeah. Down close candles should hold up. Yeah, I like that on the 1. On the 30. Yeah, we should hold this, to be honest. Yeah, 1-to-1 trade, basically. All right, let's see if we get there. ES again, weaker. Someone wake up ES, please. I'm gonna hold this one now. Yeah. Where's my indicator that shows how much I'm up or down? Here we are. Certainly like running out of patience for this NASDAQ. There we are after being drawn down for like 3 minutes. Now I'm in profit for a tiny minute, for a tiny bit. I mean, anything can still happen, right? So we'll see. I feel like the wicks be wicking today, you know? It would suck if I got wicked out. But if I'm looking at like the 4-hour, you know, I'm buying in the wick that's coming down into the 4-hour. So can I get my easy salad target, please? What do you guys think? Will it happen, or is it gonna make another like equal high here and I'll get? Let me know in the chat. Are you also in longs? I mean, there were long setups, definitely. I cut mine for break even. I re-entered, you know, held through a little bit of drawdown. Now we made another freaking equal high. Let's see. Oh, NASDAQ needs to generate liquidity, huh? Bum. Yes, can you like wake up and help your sister out? You know? That's what they say when you start talking the chart bit. You're like, that's how you know you're cooked, right? Or that's how you know it's a bit of a boring market because, you're waiting and waiting and waiting. Let's see it. Is it gonna give it to me? It's 4 points away. Anything could happen. I mean, have you ever been in a trade where it came a tick before your stop? That's happened to me. And then it went to your target. That's like the best feeling though. Versus the worst feeling when you get stopped out, then it runs to your TP, right? You're gonna get it? Oh my gosh, really? It stopped like a tick before. Can't deal with you, NASDAQ, right now. You're so annoying. He is going lower again. Are you kidding me? But honestly, when stuff like this happens, I really just think like, all right, it's gonna eventually take it out because it's generating liquidity. If the question is it going to take out more sell side before going there again, because in the higher resistance conditions, and then it's like, oh, is it going to take out your stop before doing that? You have really just a few seconds to decide when you're trading. Yeah, you would think that this holds. See what's up on the 15 right now. Yeah, so like this 15-minute candle low, you would think that it should hold it, right? I don't know. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it's at least holding this first fair value gap the day again. It's doing all right, it's just not delivering. Oh my gosh, yes, wake up. Oh my goodness, yes, wake up. Yes, we couldn't even take out a single swing high there. This is unbelievable, no? I mean, it's actually very believable because it's first day NFP week, no news, whatever. I mean, I'm really just like, Why not stop up to here, you know? To swing low from that, refill that first presented fair value gap, you know, the higher low essentially. In the 1 minute. Yeah, I'm just thinking on like the 15 and the 5, like we shouldn't get back there anyway, right? Come on, buddy. About 5 points away from TP, right? I need to put it 1 tick lower actually. Yeah. Come on. What if we draw a magnet there? We've got to draw some lines going there. Yes, like a freaking asleep. Wake up. NASDAQ, you guys, come on. You guys have to cheater in the chat. Like, everybody needs to blow up on their screens. Yes, the aura is coming in from the chat right now. TP hit. Let's go. Thanks, chat. W in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Hit the like button. Hit the like button and subscribe. There's 2,000 people watching. Watch me, like, you know, cut my trade for like break even, then re-enter, hold and draw down, and hold in sideways until we got to the TPA. Just took a 1-to-1, like I said, because it seemed like that was the easy salad to the buy side. It wasn't that easy, but it did get there. It did get there in a way that made higher lows at least. Yeah, W's. Woohoo! Someone said $300 before 9 a.m. Yeah, nice job if you did. Nice. Thou shall liketh the channel. Someone said we're going all-time highs. Look at 15 and 5-minute gap. Oh, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I just took the easy salad. ES is asleep. I'm no position right now. 5-minute, there's no gaps. There's inversions. On the 15-minute, there certainly are some FEGs. Are we gonna have all-time highs again? Yeah, maybe. It looks like a V shape. You know, it's a 15-minute breaker now. That being said, though, ES is asleep. Lack of news. You know, what time is it? 10? We had 30 minutes in, 50-point range, essentially. What is it? How much was this range? Let's get that ruler out. 60.25. And by the way, this is the drawing tool tile. If you go to indicators on NinjaTrader, and then like you can configure which tools you want. There are like measure tools and such. See ES here. W trade, but you should have left some running. The thing is, I'm playing small ball, you know? If you take 2 contracts, can't really take one and leave one running. It just like messes up things. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but didn't, you know? No matter what, there's gonna be a way I could have traded something better, right? Too bad I'm not a fortune teller. Too bad I'm not from the future. Otherwise, I'd have $100 billion. You know, there was like some guy, so I think there's a new movie that's coming out, like Jim and Marge Go Large, something like that, where this guy, okay, really interesting story. He found out this like lottery. I don't know if it was in Texas or where. That if no one won the lottery, then like they'd roll over to the next lotto, and then there was like people that had like 3 and 4 numbers matching would win the prize, split it. So then every time you would just wait until that happened and just buy like hundreds of thousands of tickets, and you get that, and he won like $27 million from that loophole. I want to go see that movie. Check MNQ would have stopped. Maybe. I don't know. I took when it NQ retraced here, I took a small like break even stop here. Some Then I re-entered literally like in here-ish. Right, where did I enter chat? Like probably like here. Put my stop there. I mean, look at this. This is fugly. You don't really have clean action right now. I mean, ES is starting to wake up a bit, at least. What are you guys thinking? Will ES catch up to this buy side at will ES get to 6440.5 or 640.25 by 11? Do you think ES is going to catch up to the buy side? Let me know. Because NASDAQ hit it, you know? That's the power of also just going for the stronger one, right? This is the same high in the 15. NASDAQ hit it. Yeah. Can't fix stat 40 says, play it safe. It's a big week. Nothing wrong with just winning a trade. That's what I said earlier during pre-market. If you guys watch from 9 to 9:15, I was talking about like pre-market plan. I told Anthony, I was like, today's a day I'm going to go small. And during pre-market, I said, you guys, you know, like even if I see a 1-to-1 to this high, that makes sense. I'll take it. Because it just seems like kind of the easy salad versus waiting for this high to get taken and look for a continuation. Because it could be then like a high resistance market and taking away another swing low for the next swing high, you know? So here's your first presented FEG of the day. I mean, it's still holding things up. This was definitely a little bit nerve-wracking, but I did notice just like it coming into the midpoint of these order blocks. So I was like, all right about it, you know? That's what I was kind of eyeing when it was retracing. So if you kind of eye things like that, it can help you chill out a bit while you're in the trade. Let's see here, you guys. Let's see on the 5-minute. Let's watch NASDAQ on the 5. Yeah, let's look so many places, but you know, order blocks held. This order block held in the 5. This one held. Now we took out this buy side. Now what's going to happen? I don't know. Let me know in the chat. Do you think it's going to, will ES get to the 640s, 6440s area? Six sister approach. Trump thinking about tariff range of 15 to 20% for other nations. Ooh. If you haven't heard here, if you're just watching now, like make sure you hit the like and subscribe to NinjaTrader. Apparently they're doing a surprise at 150K subs. I don't know what it is. Don't ask me. I'm not an employee. But I do like surprises. I do love me a surprise. Some people don't like surprises, right? I do like surprises, but I definitely am more of a planner girl. I like to plan my vacations and such more than spontaneous. Thing is, you need to plan things nowadays. There's so many tickets to get for things like go to Milan. I have to get a ticket to go inside the Duomo. You need a ticket to, I'm gonna see the Last Supper. You know, those tickets come out like a month in advance and they sell out. Like they're just basically like concert tickets. There's bots buying those up. Bought like a more expensive ticket, guided tour to get to be able to get it. First percent FEG is holding up. Yeah, holding things up for now. Am I excited to re-enter something now? We took the easy W, the easy salad, right? Play small, 2 contracts, took it up there. Made like whatever that was, like 18 points or so. You know, $720, nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, ES, this is ES on the 15. You know, yes, after all like the encouragement I gave you to wake up, you are finally waking up. I'm proud of you. Papa Americano. Boom. Like ES just recently broke higher on this one, right? Yeah, because well, we've been the open here never made a new swing high until literally just now on the one. This was like the pre-market inversion I was looking for it to make, right? And we didn't do that. And NASDAQ did, right? NASDAQ was way stronger. NASDAQ closed above that and then held it. Yes, now, looking for that. There is a FEG here, so you have like a BPR right here. Do wonder if that's gonna hold cleanly on ES or not. Let's see. Let us see. What is this? Is a swing high. This was probably like a pre-market low I don't need. Where's the next buy side? It's rough. It's just, this is the thing why I also took just like the easier profit TP, because I talked about this during my podcast with Chart Fanatics, is that, this is a jagged high versus smooth highs. Smooth highs are just easier to go for because there's probably more people that are like, if there's double tops or triple tops, there are more people that have like gone short against those. So I would think that if there's a jagged high, it's just harder structure, right? These smooth highs from this day were easier to go for. Or this day, right? There are smooth highs here. This is a little bit more tricky. So it's just easier. That's why I just took off that. Yeah, need speed against intermediate high if you want it to go higher. Exactly. The thing is, though, yeah, what I've just noticed in this kind of market, it's still good. If we hit the first buy side, sometimes they'll come back and take out the last sell side because it just doesn't have the momentum to get there. And then we'll see, yes, how is it going to react here into this FEG that broke this high, finally broke the swing high there, and it's also BPR. It's another FEG below it too, actually. So maybe it's cleaner on the two. Not gonna lie, it might be cleaner on the two. Let's see. Somewhat, not really. Honestly, in this kind of market, I'm happy with how we managed it so far. Let's see, it's 10-11. Still got time. But I'm not totally gonna be rushing to take another trade. I'm not rushing. But my band teacher would always say in middle school, like, why are you rushing? Are you rushing? Like when you're rushing the music too fast. Tanya, why did you stop taking partials and leave a runner? I talked about this pre-market today. I said because today is a Monday, no news. We have a bunch of earnings reports this week. We have NFP this week. And we have all these divergences. ES super weak. I'm just going to take full profit here. I only have 2 contracts. So if I take one off at 1R, leave the stop at the rest, break even, then I'm getting out of the trade plus 0.5R. It's not, the action's not worth it for me to hold. It needs to prove to me I want to hold, right? For me to want to hold runners and take more. So I said to Anthony this morning, I'm going to play small ball today. Yeah. The harder market is just easier to do that. Just go for the easy targets and take it off. Yeah, ES held for now. It's held. It's held up. It's looking like better than what it did, right? Because it finally broke the swing high. The thing is, if I'm looking at NQ, right? Like, where am I? it's just hard to look for more profit targets. You can say that this is the next buy side, I would say probably here. It's like they're pretty smooth. It's like trend line highs. This is a a bar that looks like there's not much of an upwick. I think this is for the move down over in during London. Sure, yes. I said, let me know in the chat. Do you think ES is going to catch up to this 15-minute high? Honestly, I think so, probably. Maybe this is a time in the session where we see rotations. And ES will start acting stronger than NASDAQ. That's not out of the question, really. So it's just what you see in these summer months. You see like rotations within sessions. And I just like marked out this last swing high it made. It retraced nicely into here, into this previous high, and to the inversion and BPR, not bad at all. Making a new swing high now on ES. Let's see NASDAQ in the last few minutes. It's certainly, what we're seeing right now is ES making a new high. Short-term swing high, NASDAQ not. So, that's another reason why, I just took my profit here. So NASDAQ is holding the first presented FEG. Let's just watch ES. Yeah, 2 minutes definitely cleaner. We got another high here for ES on the 2 into this area. SIBIs again. Maybe it will retrace again into here then. Let's see on the 2. I'll just clean this up a bit, right? What are we doing? Yes, definitely a little stronger. Let me know in the chat, is this gonna be this might be a six sister approach, ES back up to here. Market maker buy model. Reserve trader said, yeah, he's looking for a 1-hour play himself. 15 points would do it. Yeah. 15 points would pay the bills. How's your day going? Going great. How are you? What's up, Sizzle? Sahil? Sahil? I noticed people from my chat. What's up, Fina Trades? Chris Fisher. Yeah, let's see if NQ do a strength switch. That's what I'm watching right now, right? So we've been tape reading. Duff certainly has, right? Because, ES was the weaker one. NASDAQ stronger. Now ES looking to be stronger. What does 30-second look like? You ever feel like 30 seconds the lowest I would go, you guys, and it's only when I'm looking for like an entry or something. I don't mess around with the 15-second or the 5 or ticks charts. I feel like 30 seconds good enough. And you don't even need the 30-second, but it's good to just visualize things better. So what do you have here? You have like this order block, FEG, swing low. See if ES respects that, Broke that swing high. See if this is the respects this low here. Makes a higher low. That would be pretty bullish. Edge alert. Euro Forex trading at the session lows currently. Yeah, you would think if the, yeah. I'm happy you guys chat. You guys came through for me when I was like, I need your aura, I need your good vibes for that buy side, and we got it. And that's all that NASDAQ could really much muster. I took I targeted there, right? Anyway, we're still watching. All eyes on ES right now to see if it holds us high or low. You prefer it that it does. Let's see. Technically, it doesn't need to. It could just come back because it's just a little bit of an FUG here and this high. But if it's going to be a low resistance liquidity run back higher, you would think it should. It's on the 5. Yeah, there's a 5-minute FEG below it too. So it's not like if it sweeps this, it's not that it's back bearish. It just means that it's a difficult market. We took out, we came back, took out this high into this invert SIBI. We're tracing. You would think that it holds a low, but it's going to be clean. Like if it's going to be a low resistance liquidity run. Which I'm not too sure we are having at the moment, right? Because how do you know, like, when it's a low resistance liquidity run is when you have quick moves, sweep sell side, then immediately reversal. Like you can see here, it took forever for ES to start reversing. It's when indices are in sync, when we have like high impact news. Or what are we having now? We're just kind of having like small ranges. NASDAQ looking real sad here. Oh, Nazi. What's the 15, right? Someone mentioned the 15. I did say like, yeah, technically now you have a 15-minute. You don't have a unicorn, you have a breaker. Didn't even close above this high, which I don't love. I honestly look for close above the high on the 15 for that. So I mean, it could retrace deeply. Could take out this low, I wouldn't think could. So 15-minute FEG down here, it's still part of the BPR, like. What was I marking out there? I think that was part of the last trade. Oh, this is like the first presented fair value gap, right? You're closing below it now. So sad. Holy moly. Yeah. That's a bunch of stops wiped out, I would say, right there. You got to stay safe in this market. Was that like a news thing, do you guys think? Let me know. I'm watching chat now. Any news? I think like, this is pretty much showing this is what high resistance is. And low volume markets, right? What I had said is that when you don't, it's just a lot easier to stop people out like this. Let's see, 5, 15. I literally won't be even surprised if that's like the manipulation and now it goes higher for ES and NASDAQ. I'm happy I wasn't in a trade, but yeah, it's pretty much like I'm just showing you guys how I trade these kinds of markets. Certainly there was so many people stopped there, said we could reach it and it happened in like a minute. Damn son. Yeah, let's see on the 2 and the 3. Yeah, ES right on the 5. It reached down into that 5-minute I had mentioned a few minutes ago, saying like it could then sweep into it. Makes sense. Everything makes sense, right? Like we aligned why it took some buy side, came back, needs to take some sell side to go back to more because it just doesn't have the momentum. This market does not have that much momentum. I don't know. I kind of envision it like, oh, it doesn't have the juice to get there. You know, it needs to come collect more juice. They got to collect more coins. Ran out of tokens. I love arcade games, by the way. So fun. There's like a chain called like Barcade in New York City. It's just a bunch of like 80s arcade games. Like they got Pac-Man, they got Mortal Kombat. Anyway, like all this stuff that I had marked out, it's kind of definitely it shows like there was no low resistance liquidity run, right? We were stalling. Yeah. We have to see what's gonna happen now. I mean, I'm 50-50. I recognize that this could just, this could be the little stop out. Now we go higher now. This is the 15-minute FEG. I don't know what I was marking out before. Maybe the 5 on Nazi poo. No, I don't know. Okay. It was a 15-minute plus the wicks be wicking, you guys. I be saying that. I'm saying the wicks be wicking because look at that 15-minute wick here. Sheesh. The 5-minute wick. Tanya's a gamer, GG's. I play Animal Crossing. I used to play Animal Crossing. I don't really play games. You got games on your phone? But I'm just talking about arcade games. Yeah, I'll play arcade games because, like, you set aside some time to go somewhere and go with your friends. I like it. The skee ball. I don't know. What am I good at any arcade games? You know, like those things where you like punch the punching bag and it tells you how strong you were. One time I like missed that one. It was so funny. I got like 200. Ah. What do we do, you guys? I mean, this is why you can't overstay your welcome, right? Like the longs did work out NASDAQ, but not. Let's say it does go from a buy side. It didn't. It's not. It's certainly not delivering cleanly. What is it? 10 o'clock right now? 10:26. What's this hourly look like? Sheesh, the amount that we retraced. We swept that buy side. The hourly is now like a wazoo. I can see it going both ways, right? Let me know, chat. What do you still believe in ES getting to that buy side? Let me know. I guess we'll find out, we'll see if it takes out another swing high now. Certainly did retrace pretty deep. Came back into this, yeah. Let's get the 2-minute again. I think the 2-minute was cleaner. Also, you know that like price action is not that clean. We have to continuously like switch time frames to try to see cleaner structure, you know? 3-minute decent, bounced off order blocks, made a nice swing low. Like it wouldn't be a bad idea if he has made a new swing high and then finding like a long towards here and having a stop here, because this low certainly did stop people out. That's what, if and only if it starts, showing some more upside. It's like if this, then that, And this is going to go back to like logic and college and whatever. I might have learned this in high school, but like if this, then that, like if this happens, then I do that. That is not equivalent to if not this, then not that. That's not the same thing. It's equivalent to if not that, then not this. But people are going to get confused right now. It's more of like a diagram thing. So basically what I'm trying to say is, if you're looking, this is exactly what I'm trying to say. If you're looking for longs if a certain thing happens, right? This is like legit. This goes to trading. If you're looking for longs, say, okay, if it breaks this swing high now, I will get into longs. I'll look for a retracement. It doesn't mean that if it doesn't break that swing high, you're gonna go for shorts. That's not the same thing, right? A little bit of logic math there. MMM is still very valid, says George in all caps, but it's gonna clean everybody out before it delivers. Straight up, son. Like it already cleaned people out here in this little push lower, right? Someone said MNQ wicks are wild today. Let's take a look see. Micro NASDAQ, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, buddy. That is a wild. That's wild. Damn. That 949 wick. Damn. You're right. Somebody said I would have gotten stopped out. Yeah, I would have. That just shows like okay, MNQ, the reason why this happens, it's a lower, less popular contract. There's less volume in this kind of contract, so it's more easily to be manipulated. That being said, it's only happened to me a couple of times where I was charting on NASDAQ NQ and I took the trade in MNQ, and then the trade in MNQ stopped me out, but the NASDAQ would have continued higher. And this is such case. I took NASDAQ minis today, but yeah, that's wild. And if something like this happens, like, you just have to, you can't rage, you know? The worst thing to do is start raging and like short it or something, or like chase here. What's ES doing? Come on, buddy, what are you doing? Is ES certainly not making another swing high? That's what's not happening right now. Like, I'll mark out this swing to see if it gets back up there, but is this Friday's high? No, it's like up here, and then I deleted it. Yeah, because there were too many. There's like, honestly, we just keep consolidating around Friday's high, essentially. It's kind of sus. You guys think we'll see another SMT before the next move? Like, is one of the assets going to take out a swing low and the other won't? Or will NASDAQ make a new low of the day and ES won't? That's not even out of the question with what we've been seeing, right? I'm just only getting the 2-minute, to be honest, because it's on ES, it's just cleaner, and ES is just lower volume on NASDAQ. Yeah. Let's take a look if NASDAQ starts becoming stronger than ES again. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to the 2. Like, what is this? 1018. Okay. The MMBM is still valid. It's just, yeah, this is definitely high resistance liquidity run. Like, you're not getting, after it takes a swing high, it's not respecting the recent swing low before it made that swing high, right? So it's coming back, sweeping some people out that are, that's literally why I said I didn't partial and stop break even, because I know that in this kind of environment, I'm just gonna get stop break even, right? So I'd rather just take the money. Yeah, smash the like button. Someone said not raging, going ape mode long. Uh-oh, good luck. How about Maximus says price is getting ready to literally go to the moon, but only when less peasants are removed. Ain't that the way it goes? I like the dog profile picture. MNQ less volume, you say. It's 480K because versus 175K in NASDAQ. Yeah, but like 10 MNQ is in one NASDAQ. So like you need less capital to move all that. There's 10 micros in 1 mini. What is high resistance liquidity run? How do you identify it? I feel like, guys, do I have a video on that? I feel like talk about how to identify bad trading, high resistance liquidity run conditions and bad trading conditions. And I do talk about it in the last podcast I have on Chart Fanatics. Check out my podcast of Chart Fanatics, has like 50K views or something. Go show some support there. But I literally talk about exactly what I've talked about today. When to go bigger, when to go smaller, when structure is cleaner, how to identify it before it happens. It's not a day to like go for 100 points on NASDAQ, or even, like I used to go for 200 points on NASDAQ sometimes. You have regular 100-point moves, but what can I do here? When the range from low to high, like we can measure it right now, and the ATR is like 200, right? 250, and the range here is 64 points from the low of the New York AM session to the high. You can't. That's the point. You have to know beforehand, yeah. Can't be a fortune teller. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in ES. It would have been one thing if we had that nice wick and we had a fast like push up higher, then I would have been interested in taking maybe some more longs. But you want a fast reversal, and it's certainly not happening. It's kind of poo-poo day, but we did predict that, right? Little caca day, poo-poo. Where's a person that's like ape said like they're going ape longs? May the force be with you. I mean, on ES, yeah, I mean, we'll see if this holds. What I want to see is this high get taken. Someone asked, what would I do? How would I want to see to get more longs? This high to get taken. Swing high with a displacement. So what I was saying earlier, it's like the logic statements. Like if you're looking for longs, you're like, okay, right? So you're like, okay, if it sweeps pre-market lows and had a bullish shift and breaks swing high, then I'm looking for longs. If it doesn't do that, doesn't mean now I'm looking for shorts, right? It's not the equivalent. I think that's where some people get a little bit caught up because they want to find a trade. They just want to trade. They want to be involved. Like it's a dopamine rush when you're in a trade and it's going up and back and forth, and there's uncertainty. Especially if you have an addictive personality or you're a more impulsive person, that's exciting to people, right? And people that are traders, they tend to be higher impulse, like more impulsive people. And because think about it, you need to operate at a higher RPM. And just like to be able to take that kind of risk in general, like some people are way more risk averse, everybody knows people who say like trading that's gambling or that's not real. Don't listen to them. That's why at the beginning, don't tell anyone you're trading. I don't tell anybody. I didn't tell anybody. Well, my parents knew, basically, my immediate family, nobody else. And nowadays, if someone asks me what I do, it depends. Most of the time I'll tell people, but sometimes if I don't get a good vibe, I'll just say I work in finance. Risk management department, you guys. But the thing is, you don't want to add so much external pressure. There's already enough pressure in trading. Yeah, it's Sandino's good point. I noticed you're in part of my chat. If you can frame both sides of a trade, it's best to stay out. Someone asked, Tanya, how do you find ATR of the day? Yeah, so you just go to the daily Make sure you're on the daily time frame. And then you open up your indicators, whatever platform you use. Open up indicators. NinjaTrader, you just go to ATR, add, find average true range or average true range. I put last 5 days because, I'm an intraday trader, not swing. Like some people look at 14 days, but I just want to know what's the last 5 days. Tell me the average. Click apply. Down here, you can see how much we've nosedived. You can see from all the way from April, right? We've nosedived a ton. Right now, the average daily range of the last 5 days, which means like the average daily range on NASDAQ is 202 points, 203, let's say. It's quite small. You can literally see here how that has gone down. It hasn't been this low. You can see all this is lower than this entire year. It's lower than all of last year, too. Like it hasn't been this low in a long time. And it's not that surprising that it's like this, because after you have such high volatility, here, it's summer months and all this other things we talked about, it makes sense low. So I keep track of this. It helps your expectations. Like today I said, okay, I'm fine with just taking 1 hour. Like this helped my expectations, just taking a 20-point trade today. Like, well, in the end, that was the right choice because we didn't move past that buy side, right? And I'm not gonna hold it. That would be break even in this trade right now if I had held it. So helps with the expectations and also just like your take profit targets and how you execute your trades, right? Because then you can adjust a bit, saying like, oh, okay, yeah. And some people look at the VIX for that, VIX is lower. That's the volatility index. I just like the ETR. I like that better. Personal preference. It's like VIX. I'm not gonna get into it too much. You're welcome, RJ. No problem. A reserve trader is up in this position. Nice, I remember you. Rolling stop to 1 hour, letting it play out. TP 30 points. Good luck, buddy. It's definitely a trickier environment. We are starting to, push up a bit. We'll see. Certainly not fast. Who here in the chat did watch Happy Gilmore? It was such a good movie. I can't, like, it was so funny. Apparently it was mixed reviews, but I thought it was amazing. Like I'm getting into golf recently, so I've literally been watching Full Swing. I know all the backstories now. I got all the tea, all the drama. Like Love Island. It's like Love Island. It's the same thing. Full Swing. I'm just joking. It's not. But you guys, what's the joke of Kane? You guys say like it's Kane Island or something? The chat's always hitting on Kane. I was watching Love Island actually. I just started it last season. Because honestly, you know what? It's not a bad thing to wind down at the end of the night because my brain needs a break. And that's what I was talking about. You gotta unwind at the end of the night. Cortisol levels too high, overthinking, putting on a dumb show, a little bit helpful to me recently. um anyway, there's a guy called Kane in it. A new bombshell just entered the villa. His name's Kane. He's like from England also. Is Kane, I guess Kane's a British name, right? I honestly didn't hear that name before I met Kane. You can frame both sides of trade, it's best to stay out. Exactly. I think I said that already. Thanks for the reply. You the queen. Thank you. The queen of NASDAQ. Referring to, I don't know what you mean by that. I wasn't referring to anybody. One of the best comedies in the last years. Word. We need better comedy movies. I used to watch Dumb and Dumber with my dad. That was hilarious. I like comedy movies. I don't like horror movies. No, like I said, need something easy for the mind. That's what I say, you guys. I say like to my friends that like do like, I don't know, skiing and what else? Skydiving, whatever. When I got asked, would you ever go skydiving? I'm like, nah, bro. Like, my day to day is like, has enough thrills. It's stressful enough, you know? I don't need to go seeking it out in my hobbies. I like the slower hobbies. I got golf, got playing music, board games, whatever. I'd rather sit on the beach, sip a little coffee, the cafe. Yeah, this is disappointing, you guys. Like, we're just definitely not having that clean action. We could end up getting like I said, we're just ugly. What I want to see basically is that, yeah, we never took out this high again on ES. Just a lot of back and forth here. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, nah, bro, like, miss me if I'm not doing skydiving. Bungee jumping is insane. I would never do that. I don't even trust that they would keep that secure enough, you know? Where are the regulations on that? Who's inspecting that? I'm not trusting a random, like a rope or whatever that is, cord, not to snap. Same thing with like skydivers. It's like, nah, I like to be in control of my own things. What if the skydiving instructor is like hungover? I don't know. Who's checking up on like the parachute? I don't care. No thanks. Actually, even somebody, you know what? Somebody from my high school literally passed away because they fell off a cliff while hiking. Scary, scary stuff. Do I like Jim Carrey? I can't remember the last time I watched one of his movies. He was like The Mask, right? I think I was too young for it when that came out, so I can't really think about. Oh, he's in Dumb and Dumber. Yeah. Yeah, funny guy. Somebody in the chat is like loves skydiving. Okay. Ryan Kidd said that he thought that Happy Gilmore 2 had too many flashbacks to the original movie. Word. Yeah, sometimes you didn't need the help with the flashback. But I guess they assumed like, people haven't watched in 20 years. I prepped, I watched at the beginning of the month. Leviathan says, Storm Rage says, last time I went skydiving, when I pulled the parachute, the harness almost killed my ability to have kids. There you go, buddy. That sounds painful. Tell NASDAQ to go lower, please. I don't know. I feel like I used all of my juice today for NASDAQ. I used my wish for the buy side. You guys helped me out too. I said, come on, guys, let's get it to here. And I don't know if I could help out for the downside. I could see potentially us sweeping even these low. Like it's just ugly, you guys. You know, it's one thing to wick out and, you know, and then have a nice movement back up. It's another thing to just stay in the range. Don't diddle in the middle. Sonic the Hedgehog, I didn't watch that. There you go. Someone in the chat, Winston Luke, I'm sorry for your loss. He said that he had some Winston Luke says, I had a friend who went skydiving with a parachute malfunctioned and he passed on. I'm sorry for your loss. Those are exactly my fears. Like, that's crazy. The Truman Show. I didn't watch that movie. I think that's a really popular one, right? He's like secretly being live streamed, you guys. I don't know. Should I watch it? Would I relate too much? I'm a live streamer. Or would it be good? Taking a trade while skydiving would be gangsta. I don't know. That's why I was go. That was my previous point with like the stress, right? Like I think that's too much stress. Feel like you're gonna mismanage your trade there. If you yeah. Definitely check out my last video. I talked about on my YouTube channel, I just released it. It's like why most traders fail and how you can win. So I think that's one of my biggest frequently asked questions. It's like emotional control. How do you control your emotions? How do you remain so calm and collected? I pretty much did like a deep dive there. In the Matrix category, the Truman Show, really? I'm not try the bungee jumping first. I'm pretty sure bungee jumping is more dangerous than skydiving. No, thank you. So I'm always seeing things like, oh, there were alligators, like the cord snapped and there were alligators in the creek below or something insane. Like those people like end up with broken ribs. I'm good, bro. Broke enough bones in my body already. I broke this finger. This finger. I think I broke this finger twice. Yeah. But I broke my index finger during basketball practice in high school. Like I went for the ball, I intercepted it, and it just jammed it so bad it crushed my knuckle. I was out for the rest of the season. It was sad. It was sad. But what's funny is that I didn't even like it was my knuckle was all like swollen and black and blue and everything. And I showed my coach. She was like, it was at the end of the practice, and she was like, "Oh yeah, take a lap and just like shake it off or whatever." And I was like, "All right." And then my mom picked me up, and I didn't want to show her, like, tell her anything because I didn't want her to get mad, and I didn't want her to say like, "No more basketball" or something. But she looked over. She noticed I was more quiet, and she saw my hand, and she was like, "What happened?" I was like, I'm fine. And she's like, you need to go to a doctor. And I'm taking you to a doctor tomorrow. I'll show your basketball coach this tomorrow. Like, and I did. And then she was like, yeah, that looks pretty bad. You should go to a doctor. And yeah, he told me I crushed my bone. Like, it's like not like I was like, what kind of fracture is it? You know, whatever they say, like hairline, whatever. He's like, you kind of crushed it. Rough. No, it wasn't this hand. It was this hand. It was my writing hand. I remember because I had like an iPad for the rest of the semester. I couldn't write really. It's my dominant hand. Yeah, we're creeping lower. I mean, that's what happens when you don't. I said I'll only go long if we break the next swing high. It didn't happen. That doesn't mean I wanted to go short though. I mean, we could just be chilling around. Time is at 10:53. A lot of people get discouraged to skydive when they sign the waiver absolving the company of any liability in the event you splat, literally. Someone said the stop loss is the ground, literally. What's the take profit then, though? In skydiving, if the stop loss is the ground, what's the take profit? Isn't it also the ground? Surprising how easy it is to break fingers. I did the same thing playing volleyball. It's rough. I tore my ACL playing volleyball in 2022. That was a freak accident. I have it on video too, because I was playing club volleyball. And they recorded every game. And watched it like 100 times. Felt like I got shot in the leg. I literally thought I was like Kevin Gardner. I thought my leg snapped in half. It was wild. And then I had ACL surgery. That makes you tough, though. That helped me. That was the lowest point in my life, you guys. There's no way to go but up. Someone said, pretty sure the stop loss would be the parachute. I would think so too, right? Isn't the take profit the ground and stop loss is like the, I don't know, analogies. Reserve traders, NASDAQ. I hate NASDAQ day. Why did it have to do me like that? I mean, it did. We've seen it. It was been kind of nasty all day. So it sounds like you got taken out at plus 10 points or something, reserve trader. I mean, hey, if you made some money, you did good well today. We made some money today. Took like just a simple 1 hour trade. That's that. Didn't ask for more. It stayed small. How are you doing, Stowe, today?
Hey, good.
How are you? What are you laughing at? My skydiving analogy?
Yes.
So what
I'm
happens to that market? Just you have a 60-point range on the NASDAQ. You just start talking about, everything. Happy Gilmore 2, skydiving, bungee jumping, sports, broken bones.
I'm with you on the skydiving. Yeah, miss me with that. I'm good. All good on that. My life is plenty risky enough without having to throw extra risk at it. I mean,
exactly.
We were just on vacation, and I didn't like being on the Ferris wheel. So
that's hilarious.
Yeah, we got
our
kid's a daredevil, and yeah, my wife and I are not. So we had to rock paper scissors to see who was going to go on that carousel with her, and I lost, or Ferris wheel rather. Carousel I can handle.
Yeah, that's still on the ground.
Yes.
That's the thing. Yeah, on the Ferris wheel too, like they stop you at the top while they're like loading on.
Yeah. Yes, they did.
How tall was it?
I mean, it felt insane when I was at the top of it. It probably was just a couple 100 feet though. It was nice. She liked it because it's like it's on the boardwalk and you can see all the stuff. And when you're a kid and you don't know your own mortality, it's much more fun.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? It's like they're just unaware of the risks. Ignorance is bliss a little bit, and it's more fun when you're a kid. When I was a kid too, I loved the roller coasters. I went to Hershey Park in Pennsylvania with my parents a lot.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a lovely place.
Oh yeah, you've been there?
Yep. Yeah, many times. Many times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would Hershey's pretty close to Pittsburgh, so we would go there. Yeah, we'd go there all the time. There's a bunch of good breweries over there too that I always like to go to. It's called Trogs. So that was a nice little trip to the middle of Pennsylvania sometimes in the summer. Yeah.
Oh, totally. And they got Chocolate World out there. I remember Hershey Park. So I was like a kid. I loved the Wildcat, that like wooden roller coaster.
Oh yeah. Yep.
It was crazy. I think they retired that recently. And they actually installed a hybrid, so like wooden roller coaster and like steel rails. So yeah, that was a highlight when I was a kid for sure.
That's awesome. Yeah, I do love those. I will ride the old school rickety wooden roller coasters. I'll still get on those. I don't like the strap in and go upside down ones. That's not for me.
Yeah, I remember we went to like Six Flags when I was in high school a couple of times for physics trip and like the junior trip. We went on May the 4th, May the Force be with you day. Like
Oh,
for
sick.
I remember now. And then I went on Nitro. Nitro is like one of those, I think, where you hang. It was actually, I don't know if you hang or not, but it was a crazy one. But I don't know if I'm gonna do roller coasters today. Like I said, like since I've been trading, I don't think I've been on a roller coaster. It's like I like to stay on the ground when I
Yes.
need to. Like on an airplane. That's enough.
Yes, I
And
agree.
that has enough risks in itself nowadays.
I know. I'm still like, yeah, I'm gonna fly to Chicago, and it's the world's shortest flight, and I'm still like, should I just drive?
Oh
Should I
yeah, you're
just
gonna go
drive?
to the meetup, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Oh my
I'm
gosh, yeah,
excited.
that's next week actually, a week from tomorrow, right?
Yep. Next Tuesday.
Oh, awesome. Wish I could go, but I'm gonna be in Europe. I'm gonna be in Croatia at the time, but I'll
Ooh,
definitely go to
okay.
the next one.
Do you still? That's your background, right? Do you still
Yeah,
have folks
my
over there and stuff?
yeah, my grandma, like my
Oh,
aunts and uncles, all my first cousins are there. I haven't been there in like 4 years, so it's gonna be good.
that's
Uh,
awesome.
yeah, might as well go during the summer trading months, right? Where you're not really missing out too much. But you guys,
Yep.
I'm gonna start. If anything happens while I'm gone, I'm gonna be a little raging. But I doubt it. Yeah,
It won't. Don't worry.
I
It's
don't
not
know.
gonna do anything.
But that's like that's how you know you're a trader and you're like you love the charts. Like you go on vacation and you're like, I hope nothing happens while I'm gone. And you're still checking charts. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm still gonna have my charts and I'm still gonna be trading and streaming, but um not for like the first 2 weeks so much. So yeah, it's gonna be good. I haven't had like a vacation in a long time, so I'm excited.
That's awesome. I got to, yeah, I traded quite a bit on the vacation and it was cool. I loved it. I was like, oh, this is awesome. I can bust this out for a couple hours and then go to the pool. This is great. This is the best vacation ever.
Oh, yeah, totally. You can trade by the pool too.
Yeah, that was nuts. I've never tried to do that from a laptop, like be
Oh,
truly mobile.
yeah.
It was awesome.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I did that when I was in Naples for the NinjaTrader launch,
Oh,
definitely.
okay.
I brought my laptop down there and traded NinjaTrader on parallels on my MacBook,
Oh,
basically.
okay.
Got a lot of questions just in case people in the chat were wondering. Um, that's a frequently asked question. But and then also, yeah, I was by the hotel and then they had a pool area. I was like, oh, let me sit by the pool and like monitor this trade. Why not?
Yeah, that's the best. The free, yeah, I really got to feel like the freedom of it, I think is what happened.
Totally,
I was like, oh, this feels good.
totally. What are your thoughts on the market now? Are you in a long right now
Yeah.
on NASDAQ?
Almost got to my first target there. Yeah, I'm just trying to stay long above this.
Yeah,
Got this. Let me try to find it.
above maybe like 47.73.
Yeah, ES is not being super nice at the moment, but yeah, we got this big whatever that puke was at like 1020. There was a ton of absorption there, and we're just bouncing off of that right now in these
Yeah.
480s. So, yep. This is actually like my A plus if this is going to be a proper trend continuation is along down here somewhere towards the -1
Mm-hmm.
standard deviation band. Also like around this time too.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we have, but I mean, we have like some conflicting things. Europe opened and basically sold without a retest at all to its initial open. So that's
Mm.
my
That's good. That's a nice target up there.
my
You're
dream is my
fine.
dream. If I was able to script this,
Totally.
that's where I'd like to go. But
I could see it holding that, because that's the low that, yeah, it swept out a bunch of sell side on NASDAQ. I could see it retracing to that like and it's like a wick on the five and the 15. I could
yeah,
see if that holds that we could make our way back up. Yeah, it could take a while, but did you say it specifically at this time, like at 11, because it's like London close or something?
yeah, I don't know. I don't have any like real stats to back it
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Just anecdotally for some reason,
Mm.
when this is tested around this time and the slope is still good, this is when I like to try to get in here. I would like ES to stop trying to jump off a cliff, though. That would be nice.
I know, right? Isn't that like just? I know. I was in like Nasdaq longs, and ES was just like trading near the lows of the day and making a slightly new low. I was like, "Can you wake up, ES, and like help your sister out? Like,
Please.
can you not?" I know it's the worst because it's like, oh, you already made that divergence. You already made a lower low, and Nasdaq didn't. Do you have to really do it again? Like,
Yep.
or with an intra low, which it is kind of doing now, right? It's like the 1020, like it took out that 1023 low. Nasdaq's holding it, so there's something going there. It's definitely just like a snoozer day though, with this when we have like a 60-point range in the morning for Nasdaq. So maybe
Yep.
yeah, if we hold this, yeah, I hope that your trade works out.
Thanks.
It's totally possible.
I'm just happy we didn't wake up to a gap. Like I was when we gapped up like crazy last night. I was like, oh, this. I hate waking up to a giant gap in the morning.
Me too.
So
yeah, me too. Like I hate that too. If it's a gap and go, and especially at all-time highs, it's like, what am I supposed to do here? I can't long all the way. So this definitely helped out when we filled the gap. It helped me out. And the divergences, and we just took I just took a simple 1R, and that's all you could do some days.
Yep.
That's it. Just take I'm playing small today. Small ball. There's time and place for everything.
Yes, there is. Yeah, this is turning into a nice,
But yeah,
little balance day up here. So.
Yeah. So I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
Good luck and good trading. I'm gonna head out, Stowe.
Thanks, Tanya. Good to see you.
See ya. Thank you.
Good morning, chat. Nick. Good morning, brother. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Can I get this first lot off? Please. Please, can we do it? I might be being a D for this T. I don't know. Just trying to get back to this point of control here. We're bumping into all these lows. Tighten this up too. I'm just gonna take it off. This has been tested 9,000 times. I'm also like not super into what ES is doing at the moment. So we're going to give this, we're just going to go down to one lot because this does not move very fast for me. ES has tested this previous day close at 25.75 five times now. And it's just absorbing down there. Not to say that can't still hold. It's just like, I don't know. It's stalling out for me, and I've had a fine trading day, so this is good enough for me to take off there. These are minis, Sneehill. 2 minis for the A+, baby. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Grisha. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, New Grist. Good morning, Driver Trades. What's up, buddy? Yo, what's up, Drunk Radish? Yeah, man, I got those fries. I ate those fries 3 times. Big fan of those fries. Big fan. Good morning, Ben. Good morning. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning. Good morning, Arm Garber. Hey, Trader Nautilus. Good to see you again, buddy. Good morning, Double D. What's up, homie? Yo, good morning. Good morning, Throne Shop. Yes, I'm back. I'm back from the vacay. Oh, yeah, but I got premium Lucky Charm. Look at this. Look at this bad boy. How can you beat this? Nothing luckier. Look at this. It's beautiful. Business duck. Come on. Business duck. Business duck. Premium. That's a premium Lucky Charm. Hey, Cooper. Good morning. That's right. It's a business. It's a business duck. Shrey asked, do you trade gold? There's no need to yell. It's Monday. We're all just getting into the groove here. There's no need for all caps just yet. I've only been on here for 10 minutes. We got to ease into it, baby. And no, I do not trade gold. BG, he doesn't quack under pressure. Holy Moses. I'm right. That's good. Number one dad joke already in the chat. Oh, it's good. I love it. He doesn't quack under pressure. Too good. Too good. But yeah, pretty good morning. How are you guys doing? You guys do okay today? I did, Elijah. Yeah, I ran and got my haircut today. At Great Clips. I'm a big Great Clips fan. I think it took 3 minutes in and out. I was like, wow, this is awesome. I love a Great Clips. That's a simple guy. Man, this is not doing anything. Oh. Robot Jim says Bitcoin futures trading at session lows. Next downside target is Globex gap fill. Okay. How does that work with? Wait a minute. Do Bitcoin futures trade in a 23-hour? Are they on the same thing? Are they on the same like trading schedule as other futures products? I guess they must be, right? I never thought about that. That's weird. Leo, I said good morning. I said good morning a million times. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Leo. Happy Monday, brother. Oh, cool, Tracy. Thanks. Hey, also good morning, Tracy. It never occurred to me, I guess, because I just always think about crypto is just trading all the time, 24 hours. Is Copper partying, David? Cool. I'm sure my people will speak on that later when it's time for hot commods. Won't you ride with me? So yeah, the idea here, we opened right at overnight low, which is actually different than like basically every day last week, where we opened at overnight high and sold off. We opened at overnight low, which also happened to be basically the previous week high, which was also the previous all-time high. So we opened right at all-time highs, basically at 475. It kicked off of it 3 times now. I specifically liked this run. This was really exhaustive. This was a lot of stops getting puked out. I think there's no way to know that, but you know, it's just how it felt with the speed that those market orders hit. So yeah, I'm just trying to stay long here. And then if we lose it, you know, I'll get out, but try to make sure I manage that properly. I'm tired of traveling alone. Cool. Yeah, this OR mid trade has now worked twice. I don't like to overstay my welcome here. And ES is low is pretty gross. So that's also why I got down to 1. We can get stopped out here and hop back in. I don't know why that keeps resetting to just 0 like that. But I have a fair bit of points in the bag today, so I'm just trying to stay on the right side, but then also, make sure I'm taking advantage. We'll let this play out. And then I can zoom out and we'll start looking at some bigger stuff. Just trying to watch this spot and see if the sellers are going to push or if we're going to just kick off this. It seems like, this supportive bid down here. It's trying. Never did. It's cool to have all my screens back. I'll tell you that. As fun as it was to trade on mobile, not on mobile, like not on my phone. It definitely is much better to have all my tools, all my screens, be able to see ES and NQ at the same time. Probably new. Yo, Alex, good morning. Good morning. These turkeys right here. Yeah, as Europe closes here, London closes. We'll see if we can gauge some intention. I'm gonna watch that. Yeah. I hate this ES low. That's the only thing keeping me from adding a lot here. Is this ES low? It's just, it's sus, like as the kids say. It's quite sus. It's trapped somewhere between its previous day closed and its overnight low right now. ES is below its previous day high, so it's certainly less strong. Previous day high being Friday, and so ES is back inside of its all-time high at the moment. I'm building volume higher, which is good. It's still productive, but back inside that, below the previous day high. This low is no fun. So for those reasons, I'm just chilling. If this wants to turn into an actual moment where we can go up and get this target, we'll be able to see it and we can do some better ads up here. Yeah, it's just so much pressure. That's what it feels like. That's what the tape feels like. Like it feels pretty heavy. Probably puke to 420. 6420 on ES would be maybe a better place. It just needs to make a better low. Maybe now? I got to be ready to jump back in this if I need to. I don't imagine this survives. I mean, I'm one tick below this candle. It's probably going to slide down and snag me, but ES is at least trying to make that new low right now. There we go. Okay. Now we watch. putting in a lot. This is what we're watching right here. Okay. There we go. Now these will be good lows. If we can get a V off of this, that'll be a great low. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait to come back in here because we want to be, we want to be on the right side of the V. That's very important. This is, aggressive selling. You don't just want to buy it. You need to wait and see some sort of reaction. Need a buyer to step in. All those things. So just patience, patience, patience. Chilling. Chilling, chilling, chilling. This also, we got, so our overnight low is broken. This is an IB break also here. So there's a couple stats we knocked out. No more. Lots of million buyers trying. Oof. Getting smoked. That much further west. Yep, still nothing. Still no way to get in here for me. Just aggro. Giga selling. Okay. Trying to see. So we came back. If you look back here, this is Friday. So we came back. We were hitting these highs here. This is where we're trying to bounce from. And we're getting some, some bouncy signs. Our colors have changed. We're back above this bid, this buyer that came in. But, don't want to just jump into it for no reason. Because this is really aggressive. Still a lot of seller activity on that. There we go. So now we often see this play out in I mostly talk about it in upside trends, but if this is going to be a proper downtrend, we can look for the same behavior in reverse on the delta volume profile. And so what we're doing here now is if this is going to continue to trend lower, we need to see the blue team come in here and be passive support to push down. So what we're watching for here is for this spot to be defended. Or if these passive sellers come in and lose, then that's going to be a good sign that this is going to be a good low for the day. And this would be a nice wick down. We get back up in here. If we can hold and rotate back into value, this low is more productive for sure. So I would like, that's what I'm looking to see hold. We still have a little ways to go before I'm going to feel too stoked about this. Obviously, we're back above, previous week high. We came into today super extended. Doesn't mean that we can't keep going higher, but just got to keep your head on a swivel. So yeah, so we're just watching this. Good spot is London closes too, to see if they're going to come in and cover, because they are basically like 1,000% short. Just need to see these buyers cross now. You can see they're really stacking up the tape here, so looking good. As we get back to the RTH Open, we're going to look for a response here. So this is all of these previous lows, and this is all of this selling that has been rewarded. So like, I know we often get, I want to talk about this because we don't really get to see it very often in the reverse direction. Mostly the buyers usually have won every time I've pointed to the Delta volume profile and shown something. But here's a moment where the buyers have lost. This passive buying was lost bigly, and now it's being retested. So we're kind of looking at two different things here. This is selling that was rewarded and is now pulling back. And then also this is bid here. And this is these passive sellers weren't able to continue to push to make the trend continue. So it's all about holding like a bunch of different perspectives in your mind at the same time, and then being able to execute on those, to your strengths, and also to what the actual order flow is showing you. And right now it's really aggressive buying. So, I mean, for that reason, I'm not taking this short. This just seems like, pretty standard fare. Make a good low, continue to run it. That low was, as I said, sus. Extremely sus. No cap. For real. Don't jinx it, Franz. Yeah, I'm still gonna chill. I'm not. I mean, this looks good. I got to clear this spot. These lows, just gotta clear them. Then I will be a happy camper. This is also previous day high here at 475. All this stuff. This is previous week high, previous all-time high, whatever you want to say. So this is inflection point city. Let's let them work it out, Let's let them work it out. Gamer can. We're at an inflection point here. So we're just chilling. I'm trying to watch, I'm watching ES. ES is not quite back up to like 64.25, which I would consider its inflection point. But both NQ and ES have shown that they, buyers came back in and initiated after we ran that low. So I'm just kind of waiting for this previous week high to get taken out and hold, and then we can look for re-entry based on that. it's not moving. It's like it's not quite moving fast enough for me to want to, grab something I think will be like a quick 10-point pop. So I'm really going to need to time this out. And I think the better entry is, go back down. Like either we got to get well over this and then go back down, retest the open. I want to clear the mid. We got to clear all these lows. Like, we left inventory, so it's going to take a second to get back into it and feel comfortable again. So for those reasons, I'm still taking my sweet time. Yes. Yes, Inflection Point City is near Emerald City. Different color bricks. Anyway, sorry, chat. I had to look at a bunch of red and green lights there for a second. Yeah, 420 does live on. I mean, Logan, it haunts me, brother. Wes, hey Wes, I do have a great Wes Baldock asks, how do I put the box like yours in the top left? It shows position. The position tracker is available for everybody to download. NinjaTrader, can you link that for us? Or hey, thanks, Mike, by the way. I appreciate you. Or I can send the download link too, but it's just called Position Tracker. And I believe it to be available for everyone to download. I can tweet it later. I can find the link on the site. I mean, this is a pretty big grind up from that low. So okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any questions in here. Aaron, I use 3 screens. Two that I'm trading on, and then one that I run the stream runs on. The third one, the chat's on the third one. That might have been our retest. We might have been too slow. Trader Nautilus. I look for Trader Nautilus asks, what do I look for in NQ and ES at the same time? And how do I execute off of that information? So if ES and NQ are doing the same thing, it gives me confidence that I can use the order flow from both indices to indicate market player intention. So NQ can be a pretty wiggly thing. And so sometimes if there's, a good spot in ES, wait for a pullback. Sometimes I'll wait for that before I get into NQ. I just like to see that they're both lined up and they're both doing healthy price action for what I assume it's trying to accomplish. Hold on one second. Let me see what I can do here. 1133. I mean, yeah. If it's gonna do it, I guess that's the best I can probably hope for. It's like a lot of weird stuff just happened, but I don't love it. Not the best entry there. Yeah, that might have been a little aggressive, but we'll see. We'll see if we're punished for it or not. The seller really stepped back on there. Come on, baby. Initiate. Cross the spread. You got to want it. I don't know. Didn't work. I can't. Cheerlead so hard. And we got the close is done. I like this grindy pattern that we're in. And we're getting back through all of that selling that was rewarded right now. So all of these bids are still trying to be here, which is also what we're leaning on as well. There you go. Don't be scared. Anyways, Trader Nautilus. So yeah, I just watch them both at the same time. And for example, the things that I was saying, before, I got stopped out here, which was extremely tight on this position. I got stopped out here and was fine with it because this low, not awesome. Any equal lows like that haven't been run, it's just something I look for that is, a good low is better than a bad low. And ES and NQ both had what I would consider to be a bad low. So I just wanted to wait until, a good low was in and then try to find a position from there. And that ES specifically at that spot looked like garbage. It had bounced off its previous day close like 8,000 times. That was also Friday's point of control, extremely busy place. So I try not to initiate in busy places, in poor lows. And so, yeah, so that's what I look for. And as much as they were diverging in the morning, as soon as they ran that, they locked up almost exactly in sync. So ain't even this town. I don't know. I hope that's helpful. Some of this stuff is really hard to explain because it's just muscle memory. I know. I hope that's not like a cop out, but it's just, I don't know. It's just my screen time probably. And I'm just like, yeah, I've seen that before. If it's going to do this, it's probably going to do this first. This is the A+ entry. Lots of people have different ways to say this, and I don't really have a good way to explain mine. I guess this is maybe there are lots of models based on this. I told my friends I was going to start saying model a lot on stream to make everybody crazy. No Shreddy Heart, no Rolex purchases yet, but I did spend a ton of money on duck claw machines this weekend. We must have gotten, the kid must have won 50 ducks easily. Good morning, Martin. I don't trade on a time frame. I trade on 750 volume candles. So, Trader Nautilus, a good example right now. What I just looked at, I just looked over at ES. ES is now retesting its previous day close again from higher. So it swept it, it's reclaimed it. So now, I'm just comparing the two price actions and the two different MGI spots. And so, it's just, these are things that are keeping me in this trade. So yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you, NinjaTrader team. So that's the position tracker there. It's in the chat. Whoever asked me for that, you can throw that up there, and it'll pop this baby out for you, and you can party on. James asked, what happened with copper at 10:15 to 10:30? James, I don't know. I don't trade copper, but I would imagine that some sort of, thing that moves commodities happened. And yeah, that's my only guess. Tracy and Jim will tell us later, though, when they do hot commodities at 2:30. Or they might tell us later today, or like before that. I don't know. Richie James asks, on the leg to leg, is the blue buyer and the red sellers, or vice versa, or something entirely different? I don't know. It's kind of like, I try to explain this properly while also trying to explain my own goofy analogy that I used for it. So, like, take what I'm saying with the grain of this is just Stowe's weird brain, but the delta volume profile is the sum of the ask minus the bid. So this is like right here, negative numbers. This is passive buying. Positive numbers are passive selling, and you can tell that because like the passive is what market orders cross into to get filled, and so these folks are bids that are being crossed into from the offer side and getting filled, and price is not moving lower. So you use it in context of the price action of the day in order to determine what that order flow and what those market participants are trying to accomplish there. And you just want to be on the side of wherever you're trying to go. So if I wanted to sell, I would like to look for here's a good example down here. So we have this push down, right? And I believe when we were down here, I said I want to watch for overnight low to get reclaimed quickly, or if a passive seller steps in here and supports the push lower, then we can look for continuation. And what happened was we got down here. The low numbers are also a clue because this is just a sign of exhaust. Like nobody wants to participate down here. There aren't a ton of sellers pushing, and there aren't a ton of buyers absorbing either. This is just like, I don't know. It's just like a breath. Market takes a breath, and then my delta map candles, they flip colors, which is good. This delta dominance switches from selling to buying dominance here on this candle, and then this bid here gets retested. See, we come up and then back down, and this passive buying is retested and held. So this is a good clue. I'm still not in yet because this is, it's a big move down, and I'm not trying to catch a knife. So we move back up, overnight low. And so right here is where I would look for a lot of blue, at least some blue. And that would be a passive seller that has followed price down from this selling that broke and would like to continue lower. This participant didn't show up here. And we know that because this little blue guy here was all of the passive selling that we saw. And it was quickly eaten through and retested, and price continued to move higher. So this is not supportive of continuation lower because price didn't go any lower. It really is as simple as that. I hope that made some sense. I don't know. I have no idea. Hey, you're welcome, Nautilus, for sure. It's really, watching Delta is really simple the things that I am up to are not complicated. It's just a bunch of pattern recognition. I say all the time, and I'm really serious. The way that I trade it's like that Simon game. It's just pattern recognition for me and risk management. That's it. And I mostly just like for levels, I just use MGI. Like I'm not doing something crazy. Like I don't have my levels. You know what I mean? Like there aren't some mysterious secret level math that I'm up to. They're just this is just market generated information. Anybody can look at this in 10 seconds. Streamer boy model coming soon. No, I think that it's just I personally find it funny when words just change around like that. Like I think that like the term setup somehow morphed into the term model. And I just find it funny when stuff in the zeitgeist changes like that. It just makes me happy. It tickles the tism. Wojak says clown show. Is that the real Wojak? Is that the real Wojak? There's probably more than one. Ivan, the stars. Whenever you see a star, this is the way that Delta Map works. Is it looks at however many candles I set for the look back period, right? I think it's at 7 or 9. So it's going back 7 candles, and it's whatever dominance those last 7 candles have. When it switches, it's going to show a star. A blue star underneath is a switch to, I don't love this 90 guy. I don't love this 90 guy just standing there. I keep trying to push through it. Hold on one second while I decide what I'm going to be up to here. I realized I wasn't looking at this order flow. I'm still looking at ES. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll let it go. We'll let her in. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Delta Map. So this star printing below this candle is, so this is going to print at the first candle that switches its dominance. So this switched from sell dominance to bid dominance. And then you can look at, you see these were all bid candles. And the moment it switched here to a sell dominant candle, it printed this. Now, these are not like magic. So it's important to give them the context that they, did I miss that, Phil? Yeah, I did. It's important to give them the context that they deserve. And, you still have to use your brain. Because they're not indicators. These are tools. It's not a magic bullet. But if you're looking to sell, you're going to want to see these red stars in key spots. And, they often get, like here was a good one. They often get revisited. But you need to use them in context with other stuff like the volume profile, delta volume profile, all those things that are doing work for you. Hey, Antonio. Hello from Munich. What is my opinion about trading bot? What is that? Like a trading bot? Like a robot that trades for you? I don't know. I mean, if you have a strategy that works, then like that's awesome. I guess that's my opinion about everything. Is like if you figured out a way to make money, nice. Sick job. Let's see if we bump into this VWAP and get through it, or I'd like to get to the point of control. It's a little more of a good balanced day target for me for this first lot. I like the R a little better, but I'll kill it if I have to in front of this. But yeah, if you have an algorithmic trading strategy that works, like why not use it? I don't. But like that doesn't mean that you can't have one. Personally, I want everyone to make money and have a good time. That's my general rule. I want everybody to have a good time, have be able to afford their lives and be prosperous. Whatever you want to do in life, as long as it doesn't mess with what other people are up to, I'm down with it. That's cool. I'll take 544. That sounds good. Franz, let's go. Hey, no problem, Richie. No problem, buddy. Just need to cross here. Still a bunch of bid. The bid is still very happy. There we go. This is also the previous week +2 up here. I'm in a good spot there. On Mondays, I like to use as far as like a weekly reference with the VWAP bands, I like to use the previous week closes. And this is the +2 up here. The previous week, second standard deviation higher, closed right here at around 23,500. This is also where, we're coming up on. I'm just going to kill that there. We pulled back a little bit off the VWAP. That's good. Cool. This is good. Now we'll just let this chill. I do still want to see that European opening range touched again. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to tighten this stop up to a reasonable place below this low. And we're going to watch up here at the +1. Got some holes here in the profile too. So we might manually pull the cord, or we can let this run back up here to this London Open that hasn't been retested yet. So there we go. Fatfish says, so you kind of think in terms of market orders, new buys and sells in reverse? No. So market orders are what move the market, right? In order for price to move, someone has to cross the spread. That is the universal truth. So I'm watching the response of market orders at key locations based off of price action and, intraday trend.
Hey, Sto.
Jim. Hey, buddy. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Pretty good, man. I got focused on universal truths.
It's true, man. I mean, there aren't many of them in the market, but I can say without the shadow of a doubt that in order for price to move, a market order has to exist.
It's very prefacerial. I like it. I like the trade too, man. It's
thanks,
working.
bud.
Yeah,
dude. I was extra patient on that. Quite proud of myself. I might frame that patience and put it on the fridge. That was crazy. Even the chat was like, "Why is Sto not in this long yet?" Chat had a good point, but I didn't have a big enough pullback in this leg, and I really wanted to be on the right side of the V. So, that vacation might have worked for me, bud.
Nothing like a little vacation to give you clarity.
For real. It's so cool.
Usually I come back from vacation. I'm like, why don't I drink more? That's my clarity.
Also that. Oh man, that's funny. No, we had a blast, dude. And but it was also really nice to get home and like our cats are like, where the hell you been? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the same thing. I have this dog that it's a rescue of a rescue,
Yes. Yeah.
and this thing is like my best friend, like literally my best friend in the world. And when I go to like work out, come back an hour later, it
Yeah.
jumps 5 feet in the air, does spins, is jumping, it's so happy. I'm like, dude, I
What
just
is
went to the
this
gym.
dog's name? Is Napoleon, I think.
Yeah,
Yep. That's it. Okay.
yeah.
I remember.
So when I go to Europe for 2 weeks, it's gonna freak out.
That's true. That's very true. Is this dog why you can't come hang in Chicago? Because I'm trying to see,
No, someone's got
trying
to
to get
hold
some
down the fort. So
cocktails.
Deli, we're gonna, me and Shy are holding down the fort. So we'll be broadcasting and doing our thing, and Deli will be doing his thing, and
All right. I mean,
yeah,
I'm still gonna be trading from the hotel.
yeah.
We
No,
can
I
get
hear
if
you.
you
I
want,
hear
Jim.
you.
We can get joining rooms. We can open up the middle door and like really have a slumber party with it if you want to.
The hotel studio.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Now I'll see you guys soon enough. I'll see you guys soon enough. See you in October.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, all
I'm
right.
stoked. Also have a surprise for you. I'll be on this afternoon too with XY.
Nice.
I'm going to cover for Leo.
Okay, that's good intel. That's awesome, man. All right, well then I'll see you now, and we'll do a recap on how this trade plays out.
Cool. That sounds good.
All right, all right. We're gonna do a really quick edge report, and we're gonna wrap for lunch. Stowe, everyone hit that thumbs up button for our friend Stowe. The guy's awesome. He's here on vacations. He's here on non-vacation. He's just the hardest working trader in show business right now. Appreciate him. All right, let's take a peek here. A couple of quick edgeful stats. I have the micro NASDAQ up on the screen. We got a couple of stats here I wanted to point out. The first one I did was a gap fill report. Now, how do you measure a gap? There's a couple different ways. Edgeful is measurement from RTH, which is way down here, right? We have not filled that RTH, regular trading hours gap. That's all the way down at 23,422. So we got room to grow. We came close. We wicked close, but we didn't quite get it. 47% of the time in the last 6 months, it is not filled. 53% of the time in the last 6 months, it was filled. And this is a Monday stat. Other folks like to look at that Globex close, right? Me in particular, I like to look at the Globex close and say, okay, where was the Globex close? That was filled by that wick. If you're just going, 23-hour trading sessions, that one was. But the regular trading hours one wasn't. The other stat that's really, really interesting to me right now, especially listening to Stowe, is a single break, right? We have the initial balance here, and basically the bottom of the initial balance is 23,462 and a quarter. The top is up at 527.50. So I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on for some reason. Single break, 76% of the incidents over the last 6 months. On a Monday, we've seen a single break, and we've achieved that single break with this wick on the downside. Double break only 16% of the time, but kind of look at how tight the range is today and look at where the target is. So in order to get that 16%, we're going to have to drive up above the top of the initial balance. So we'll see. It's definitely achievable. The other thing to note, though, is ever since the London initial balance, we've been trading below the session VWAP, saying sellers are in charge. So we got some work to do, but I have my eye on this double break possibility on the micro NASDAQ. And then all the JAX levels we already talked about this morning, we could keep those up on our screen as well. Most notably, though, if we do get that break, we have that JAX 2 level up. And remember, and that's right in the middle of the London initial balance, too. So that's kind of compelling. That's at 23,549 half as I squint my eyes, then an R2, then a JAX 2. So there are some levels on the upside if we make it. Alternatively, we got that 0 DTE gamma well down here at the bottom that we wick through to prevent that RTH gap fill. Let's do the same analysis really quick on the micro Bitcoin. Let's pop this guy up. And this is a very similar analysis here, but we're miles away from. This is the Globex gap. Well, actually not. It's this. My bad. I got to put it up to the top of the wick. This is the Globex gap. We didn't quite get to it yet on the bottom. Right, we gapped up. Didn't quite get to it on the downside. And this is the regular trading hour gap down here, 117,825. So we're pretty far away from that. Sellers are in charge, though, right? Ever since again that London initial balance, sellers are in charge. We're trading below that anchored VWAP pretty substantially, and we're actually hovering around session lows. So this gap fill, in my mind, has some potential. If we look at that the gap fill report. 62% of the time, though, it's not filled. So the odds are against us. 38% it is. And this is based on a 6-month look back. And again, on a Monday. The initial balance break, 72% of the time we had a single break, which we've achieved to the downside here in the micro Bitcoin. Double break only 20% of the time. It's looking harder and further and further away as this market breaks down. And then 8% there's no break, but we already had one break. So if I had to compare these two markets, I have my eyes on this particular micro Bitcoin market, maybe trying to get that gap filled on the downside with that single break. That is the story of that particular market, which is it's a great market to trade, folks. Remember, there's 38,000 contracts traded so far, almost 39,000 contracts so far. The whole crypto complex is starting to take notice. We have that micro Ether, Ethereum, 150,000 contracts traded so far, 4.35% up. And then MXRP, the Ripple, up 2.7% on 4,200 contracts. And then leading back on the volume is the Solana. Is it Solana? Micro Solana, 2,800. But keep an eye on these cryptos. This volume is going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. All right, that is your mid-afternoon Edge report. We're going to be back this afternoon again at 2:30. Me and Shai, hot commodity report right out of the bat. And then we are going to have Order Flow Labs coming back in. And Stowe is going to be back. Stowe and XYZ are going to be trading the close today on NinjaTrader Live. Appreciate everybody being here. You guys are awesome. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up button. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. And thanks for telling folks, man. This is a great community. The more, the merrier. The more folks that we have in here, the better our intel is. You guys are great at providing us information as well as our traders and our contributors and everybody else. So thank you again for being here. We will see you this afternoon at 2:30 East Coast time.